Hey chat, we'll be getting underway shortly here. Just getting a couple things in order. Let me know if there's any problems with sound balance or anything. I've not streamed in over a week, and sometimes my sound stuff just likes to go rogue, so. Oh, that's fun. Right before stream starts. Chat, I can't see you. Oh no. Hold on, let me see if I can fix this before I start.
Welcome back, Vergreg.
Okay, that didn't work. I'm sorry, everyone. I don't know why. I spent so long trying to get everything ready, and then for like no reason, the widget that controls my ability to see you is broken. Couldn't tell you why. I could maybe jerry-rig something here. You guys are usually pretty well behaved. Usually. I'm watching you. Let's see if
Chat's real active today, though.
Yeah, they are active, but you know what? Some of them have some good points. Let me see if I can just throw this in. Why would you default to that? Okay. What's even more confused is that isn't you guys. Okay, well. Just give me another second. I promise we'll start soon. I'm sorry it's scuffed. Hi everyone, by the way. I pretty much expected something to break, but I didn't know it would happen like immediately. So okay, maybe not. Okay. Oh well, I can still see you guys. I'm not worried about that. I was worried you guys being able to see each other, you know? All right. We'll just start. Hi, everyone. I'm back from Europe. Sorry, I already see people in Twitch chat trying to fish. So this blank area above you in stream, this was supposed to be where you're talking, but it's not there right now. Couple pieces of housekeeping to do before I go further in. First, I should still have a radio news out tomorrow. Secondly, my trip to Europe was awesome. I'll chat about it when I get done the changelog stuff. Promise. You probably saw during the welcome screen if you were here. I have this little red text warning. News alert, more changes coming today. I'm excited, but I was also really frustrated because I've been poring over the changelog notes a lot, and I was like making notes because there's some classes I really don't know well. I had people I reached out to that helped. Shouts out to them. Actually, I'm going to say their name at the top and at the bottom of the changelog stuff. Celebrindle, Kareni, Shockwarden, Sage, Orek, Koyu, Get Crunked, Broska, Drew, Scythen, and Practice Girl. Thank you for your help in helping me covering classes I am not really sharp on. I got like 3 or 4 I can probably, like 1 or 2 I can pop off really quick. What's going on? You keep looking over here.
Oh, people are telling you that your text is chopped, but it's chopped on your screen too, so I...
Yeah. I can see it too, guys. I understand. There's a reason it's formatted this way. Don't worry. Don't worry about it. This broken part I'm not worried about. I expected this. If my voice sounds a little weird or if I have a really bad hacking cough, don't worry. That's just me recovering from the cold I had while I was in Europe. Oh, that was fun. All right, so this is how it's going to be formatted. I'm going to break things down into sections. There are, right above me, you'll see like a heading. So we're on general. This will be like not class specific things. And then we'll do class specific things. I have little graphic icons for that so we can track it more easily. So we'll do it that way. I'm going to read through stuff, touch on a couple highlights, some things that I know are important or I know are impactful. I'm going to go over the developer notes as well, try to summarize them. Because usually, whether it's a good change or a bad change or however you look at it, in general, you can understand what their aim was. Whether or not they hit the target is a different matter. So just keep that in mind. And then after I finish that section, we can have a little palaver about it, a little quick chat. If there's anything big anybody has to say, just let me know. Because there's going to be stuff I don't know about either, obviously. Except for like maybe some mage stuff. I'm pretty sharp on mage, but I'm surprisingly not that good on rogue. Shaman, if it's elemental, I'm pretty good, but that's about it. So we'll jump in. Let me just finish saying hello to everyone though. Oh my god, there's a lot of you. But also thank you, Sonic, as well. Good to hear from you. We're back home safe, by the way. Oh. I did bring a prop. That's a Turtle WoW mug. Yeah, I'm jet lagged, but like in a good way. I'm more awake than I should be at this time of the day. Shout outs to all my EU homies. This is the, what I'm starting with here is this is like the big graphic. I don't want to go in depth about the process of how they did everything. I would probably say, hold on, over here. 5,000 hours is kind of conservative, if I'm being honest. If you count class counselors, I think it's higher than that. If it's team members, it might actually be that high. They had a lot of meetings that drove them nuts. I know they didn't want to do all the changes, but they did. Or not all the changes. They didn't want to do so many meetings, but they did. A lot of this just kind of tongue-in-cheek stuff, but only the crazy ones. There's a couple crazy ideas they did take, and when I see one, I'll point it out to you guys. But there was one that like everyone's like, really? And they just ran with it. So, all right. See, this is why it was cut off, because it was a zoomed in picture. It's okay, see? See, now everything's all lined up. So at the top, we have sort of the preamble, what they're aiming for, what they're trying to do. Nothing too crazy there. I need to change that a little bit. Okay. And mouse is over here. All right. One thing important, right? These changes aren't final. We're already seeing the fruits of that because, again, like I mentioned, Jamie is messaged me to say, hey, there's going to be some more changes. I think there are like adjustments after some feedback from the community. I'm not going to use that blade. Wow, chat's really lively today. I'm happy to see it. Oh, you know what? I could actually move you guys so I can see you while I'm going through stuff. It's not going to help you, but... Now I can see what you're saying. Okay. So, yep. This is mostly a preamble. Stuff can change. They have a talent calculator live. I do have a window available for those, so... Like I have this. We can pop into those when the time comes. I also have the old version too, so if we want to compare and contrast. Okay, so let's start with the big one. Not the big one, but it is a really big one, considering the centralized meta around melee. Like, warriors are very strong, weapon skill's gonna matter a lot, so this is very impactful. Fortunately, and thanks to... Oh, that's one of the people I didn't thank. I will literally check their name. Hold on. It is... Drunken Robot, who made some images to help everyone, and I thought it would be a really great opportunity to share some of that with you guys. Let me see here, under weapon skill. Get ready for flashbang. Bam! I can't see anything. Alright. This is a graphical representation to show you essentially the difference. A couple things to keep in mind about weapon skill now. If you're a caster, go get some coffee. But it will... this primarily affects raiders. So there are mobs that are higher level than you. Every point of weapon skill will give you 0.2% hit and 2% reduction in glancing blow penalty. Those numbers are the ones the only ones you need to keep in your head. The red line is where they're going to be in 1.17.2. The blue line was the old system, and as you can see on the blue line, there's like just number breakpoints you need to hit, and then that's it. What this does mean is that if you want to reduce the most glancing blow penalty you can, you need 315, not, it was like 308. Or is it 310? I don't even want to get into it. I always get confused when thinking about weapon skill. It was a confusing system. There's also no 1% hit suppression. So you just need 8. Before you needed 9 hit to have all your abilities have the best hit chance. Now you only need 8. Keep that in mind. Okay, that's sort of the crib notes on what's going on with weapon skill. And of course, as we all know, the weapon skill ratios are changing. You'll see that right here. Reduce the amount of weapon skill granted by ratios from 5 to 3. However, there are going to be new sources for weapon skills for all players. So if you're like a polearm warrior, all 3 of you, you can get a book to give you a +5 weapon skill. That's to help alleviate some weapon skill issues. My understanding from everybody I talked to, all the discussions that were going on. Also, I didn't thank that previous person, 69 Zeus. Thank you for following, and thank you Malador94 for following. Appreciate that. So, keeping all this in mind, I believe the idea was to make it less of a bane. Thank you, Stargel, for the follow. Less of a bane to like be an off-meta race, because if you wanted to be a warrior, it was kind of human, maybe orc for horde. It's not that you couldn't pick other things, but the penalty for not having weapon skill was so great that it felt really bad not to have that race. So I think their idea is to make that choice not as impactful. It still has an impact, right? There's still going to be a better meta pick, but it's not as bad. And remember guys, I'm going to go through changes and we're going to stay on topic and then we could talk about them. We're not done general yet. Soon. For throwing weapons, this one might not be that big of a deal. Honestly though, they've done a lot to try to make throwing weapons better. They actually have some throwing weapons in game that have stats. Making them not ammunition is really a good idea because now you don't have to worry, like if you have the Flight Blade throwing axe, I think it is, that has like a bunch of agility on it. Like rogues, you might actually want to use that, but then you're like paranoid you're going to run out if you use them. So now it's just going to be durability based, and I think Devastating Throw got a little tweak. That's going to be later on, but just something to think about, keep in mind, because most people just ignore throwing weapons past like level 20. Now there might be a way to use them. A couple other general changes that definitely need highlighting. Goblin Brainwashing Device having a 10-minute cooldown. This can be a big deal for certain fights. Like one that comes to mind right off the bat, a lot of people use Shadow Priests for Lotheb. Because if you stack a bunch of Shadow Priests, you don't need to heal the tank for Lotheb a bunch, because Vampiric Embrace works that way. It's not going to be so easy to, while you're at Lotheb, switch into Shadow Priest, fight Lotheb for 3 minutes, and then finish Lotheb and you still have 5 more minutes. So I think that might have been part of this reason. I don't really know the full logic behind this. It's not a big deal. When you still think about it, it's still a really good convenience item. You know, if you think to the vanilla days, you had to go back to town to go respec. Oh no, a 10-minute cooldown. So, something to keep in mind. This one's a big deal too. You can no longer change what group you're in while in raid if you're in combat. There's some very powerful group buffs. There's some more now as well with class changes. So I think that might have been why this is. I don't know. Either way, it's something to keep in mind because that's a vanilla interaction, right? Being able to change raid slots mid-combat. What's the other next one? And this one I know is gonna get some level of vitriol, mostly from the healers. But I understand the logic behind it. I think I did the math too. It is like 22 or 23% reduction on T for the mana and health it regenerates. Now let's try to step back for a second and think about T. It's way easier to get, and it is better just in every way, shape, and form than runes, right? It gives as much health. It gives as much mana and gives you health. The runes take away your health and give the same amount of mana. It's kind of lame in comparison, right? So what they say is that they want the power of demonic and dark runes to be more in line with like what they do. Like, they're harder to get. They actually take health from you. There's no reason they shouldn't give more mana than T. Many of you, myself included, would probably be like, well, then just make demonic runes like a little bit better, or, just make them a little bit better. But you have to remember there's a thing such as power creep, and that can play into it. So this could be a more sort of a compromise between the two. I can see a world where people are just going for T. But also keep in mind that with class changes, a lot of what they did was try to help the really mana poor classes. And as someone who mains a shaman, an elemental shaman, this really helps. What they had in class changes really helped. I might not have to be so reliant on T. So there's a little bit of both going on. So, it's not the best, but I understand what they're doing. However, they will stack to 20 now, which is crazy. I don't know if they mean what they think they mean, because the tea with sugar is like an item that has 5 uses. You can't stack it because it's like it itself has charges. So I think when they say stacks to 20, I think they're just talking about Northern RT. Thank you, Tucking Sober, for the follow. I imagine the 20s for the Northern R. I don't know if they're changing tea with sugar. Might need some clarification on that. Bow specialization. For the people that spent the Bright Dream Shards, the good news is you'll get refunded your Dream Shards for getting this book. It's a good book to have, right? But oddly, I don't know if it's because they're putting the book somewhere else, or if they just don't want to have bow skill be in a book. It's weird because they're going to have all the other weapons, presumably, be on books, but not bows anymore. So, I don't know. At least those players are getting their Dream Shards back. That's all I got to say. There could be an argument to be said that, like, the people that rushed this got Dream Shards at, like, their most expensive level, but they've gotten to use it for the better part of a year, so, okay. We're not done general. We're going to go over race changes, and then we're going to finish general, then we're going to move into classes, okay? We're almost there. I'm going to run through these. The design implementation idea, as we see, is, of course, they're nerfing the weapon skill racials, and they are much like with the weapon skill racials, they're trying to make the power differential between racial abilities, whether active or passive, better for those that have very underwhelming ones, and worse for the ones that have well operating ones. That's what this says. Perception. Now, in addition to looking through stealth, will also give you 2% increased physical and spell crit. It's pretty nice. Human Spirit will allow 5% mana regeneration during combat. That's good. I mean, the Human Spirit before was kind of just like whatever. They should have nerfed Diplomacy, though. Dwarf Stone Form now reduces physical damage taken by 5%. This is a straight buff. Just a flat 5% reduction, because armor only affects physical. This can help you with spell damage, and that's pretty good. Night Elf quickness, attack, casting speed, and movement speed by 1. They say it stacks with everything. We'll see. It's just good because I think it says now also, so they're not removing the part where I think I think quickness was the one that gives agility, so it does this as well. Shadow Meld. I'm not sure exactly what this means, but I know what it means. I just don't know if it's better or worse. Persist for 2 seconds after being canceled or moving. Shadow Meld was such that like the second you moved or acted, your stealth would break. So this gives you some leeway. But the cooldown is now, it went from 10 seconds to 3 minutes. I'll let Night Elves talk about that. I haven't used it very much myself. Gnome, Escape Artist, the duration got longer. Arcane Resistance was removed. It's mostly a useless passive.
Your chat.
Yeah, my chat. Yeah, I've already turned now. What is it?
Your chat is going nuts because they want you to know that the dwarf one is still physical only.
Oh, thank you.
So it's actually a nerf.
Guys, listen, Murog's looking at chat. She's mostly doing mod work, but don't encourage her to interrupt me. I'm like, I gotta flow. You can't stop the flow. Thank you. Yes, the dwarf racial is for physical damage only. I still stand by my statement though. Flat mitigation's better than armor. It just is. Oh, and there's a bug that flies in front of the camera. That's gonna drop. I'm gonna get the bug. Okay. See, this is what happens when I get distracted. All right. Arcane Resistance was removed for gnomes. It was kind of a nothing burger for them. But Disassembler, this is probably one of my favorite changes I've seen. Increases their damage versus mechanical foes. What a flavor win. What a interesting and kind of unique racial. You know, there's not many mechanical bosses in the game, right? Much like with beast slaying for trolls, there's not a lot of beast bosses, but you know, having this, yeah, it's just kind of a cute thing. I like it. High Elf. The Keldrai meditation, there's a lot of text here. It's not that complicated. Before, it was a 5-second channel. During that time, you would get a certain amount of rage, energy, or mana. Now, it is a 1.5 second cast that puts a little Keldrai buff on you that then gives you these effects. If you're a warrior, it'll keep you in combat because you're generating rage. If you're a rogue, I've done enough rogue stuff to say this actually isn't that bad. Before, it was just straight up, why would you ever use this? Why would you channel something for 5 seconds when you could do rogue stuff? Now a 1.5 second cast for like a little baby Renataki isn't that bad. They reduced the cooldown minutes from 6 to 3 minutes. I think that might have been a little too strong. We'll see what happens. And Arcane Resistance was also removed from them. It's interesting, the 2 Arcane Resistance passives are gone now. Right before everyone knows there's going to be an Arcane Resistance boss, but I understand what they're going for. Swiftness of the Rangers, agility increased by 2%. If this is like all the other stat boosting percentages, it's probably going to be based off of your base stats, not your geared stats. If it's based off your geared stats, we're going to have problems. There's going to be rogues, and then there's going to be high elf rogues, or the same thing with hunters too. So hopefully that's the case. I'm assuming as much though. For Orc, Blood Fury got nerfed. If you're a melee. So it gives you a flat amount of physical attack power. However, thank you Thorskayu for the follow. So what you need to keep in mind here is you are getting less attack power because before it was just like a percentage based. Now it's going to be based off your level, and it's going to do like flat attack power or flat bonus spell damage. However, if you're an orc caster, if you're an orc mage on Turtle WoW, this is awesome because no racial is for you. If you're an orc warlock, you at least had the command racial passive that helped your pets. But this is a win for orc casters. This is kind of a oh no for a orc melee, but it's not. It's nerfed, but it's not like unsalvageable. It's just not as strong. Hardiness. This is a big deal. You don't have a flat chance to resist stuns. Instead, the stun duration is reduced by 15%. The only silver lining I could see here is, for PvP, this could really mess up rogues trying to do a stun lock on you. Because the timing on a lot of those stun locks is very tight. If orcs just have a flat 15% reduction on stun durations, orcs might be able to pop out and react. So if you're an alliance rogue, pay attention. This is important for you. Troll, berserking, straight nerf. It's just your lowest level is 10% haste. It can only go up to 15, but before it could go up to 30 if you really were hurt. No one's gonna look me straight in the face and go, berserking wasn't strong. It was strong. It was such that it was like the caster one, right? Did it deserve to be nerfed this much? I can't think of another racial that affects casters this well, right? So let's be honest with ourselves. Maybe warranted. I don't know. I play a troll mage. I get it. Regeneration has been classically kind of a laughingstock of the classic, even the turtle community, right? It does like next to nothing. I think they've tried to buff it to have it do something. Thank you, Tucking Sober, for the tier 1 sub. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. The troll regeneration has done so little in the past. Will I notice this work? I don't know. It'd be nice though. They don't want to overtune it. I get it. So undead. Let's before I even get into the changes. This is insulting, by the way. It's not, the race isn't undead. The race is Forsaken. If they were undead, paladins could fear them. They're Forsaken. They're humanoid. Calling them undead shows more. I mean, listen, you guys know I joke around about it a lot, but come on, at least call them Forsaken. That's all I'm saying, Right before you nerf the will of the Forsaken, it's like you can't even acknowledge. But yeah, Will of the Forsaken got pretty heavily nerfed, right? We can see here, it's only gonna last for 4 seconds, and it has to be proactive or preemptively used. You cannot use it after the CC is thrown on you. Most people agree that this is a straight up ouchie for Forsaken. That's tough. I understand it. I think I saw one person who was like, this isn't actually that bad. And it was just someone who was talking about the rogue Shadow Priest fight. It's like, yeah, when Shadow Priests are going to throw out their psychic scream. But that's tough. Again, much like with Troll Berserking, you can't look me in the face and say Will of the Forsaken is balanced. It's very, for PvP, this is very strong. So I get why they did it. It's tough. Maybe something will change. We'll see. New racial. Oh, sorry. The shadow resistance got removed. So keep track of that. But maybe as a we're sorry gift, probably the most useful passive damage bonus in the game. Vengeance. Maybe they're angry about the nerf to Will of the Forsaken, so now they want to kill every humanoid or undead. 2% extra damage. That's really good. For PvE, that's good. For PvP, that's good, because you're only dealing with humanoids. This is strong. And I only say, it's not like strong in the sense that it's overwhelming. This is just a great buff. Now Forsaken can be actually considered more of a PvE pick, not just a PvP pick. So I think I can see some of what they're doing. Tauren, the duration of your War Stomp got reduced a little. It stinks, but, you know, it's not that big of a deal. It's funny, though, because I believe the cast on Tauren War Stomp is 1.5 seconds. So you spend 1.5 seconds to get 1.5 seconds, and then they're next to you again. You're like, ah, man. And Goblin, who, in my opinion, before this, probably had the most underwhelming race bonuses. I don't think they got anything too strong here. Exit strategies got improved from 5 to 3 minutes. Nothing about it really improved, though. You still have that burst of speed followed by a slow, so it's not great. Prospecting is now just going to do mining and jewel crafting. Unfortunately, my favorite passive was called... I just like the name Chemical Super Freak, and now it's gone. Before I finish up General, something else I noted. There are only 2 races in the game now, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, that still have a passive elemental resistance. That's Dwarfs for Frost and Tauren with Nature. Just interesting to note that their passives didn't get altered. I need to check Discord before I open it up here. Okay, thank you for the note. Oh, geez. Okay. That's none of the messaging I wanted to see. And nothing over there. Okay. I have to check Discord because I have the stuff turned off. All right. So, we're just talking general here. What's been the vibe? Also, hello, Dragonovi and Haxor. I see you. Those are team members. Say hi to them. Don't annoy them, though. But let me see if I can scan through chat here a little bit. Nino is convinced that the reason this is happening is because a team member got destroyed by Horde. I don't think it's that deep. Okay, remember, we're staying on task though. We're just talking about the general changes. We'll go to class changes later.
Shock Warden says that War Stomp change is a big deal.
Yeah, that's... yeah, I agree. I got a message from a message. Shock, you're right in thinking that the War Stomp does prevent the time to get a heal off. That's why I noticed it's like you spend 1.5 to get 1.5. It's going to net you no extra time. Yeah, I kind of read that too. Yeah, I mean, Feronia is saying, I foresee a lot of people leaving the server. There's much talk in my guild Discord about it. I've been on Turtle WoW a lot. I've seen, I don't think changes this big, right? But I was around for the dooming of people removing world buffs. I was all on board for it, so I didn't care. But I think what I'm reminded of is some private chats I had with Accolix. I think it was in the Living in the Past, not Living in the Past, Under the Shell podcast, when Accolix advised everyone that like there's gonna be like a level of adaptation going on. You have to get used to new stuff, and I think that's just gonna be a level of what this is. No, I mean that's fair, Feronia. I think what you're talking about actually is, so Feronia says people are upset basically because they want to play vanilla WoW. Yeah, I mean if they want to play vanilla WoW, I think Turtle WoW has started stepping out of the more vanilla-ish land and is stepping out more. They have been marketing themselves as a Vanilla Plus for a while, though. So, one would beg the question, what did they think was going to happen? But I think it's fair. Like, if that's your cup of tea, then that's your cup of tea, right? And I always encourage people to play what they have fun with, so. Gallus says, I still think this feels vanilla plus and not Wrath of the Lich King with vanilla skin. Like, yeah. Turtle WoW is always kind of gonna want to march to the beat of their own drum. They have a allergic response, I would almost say, to anything that is too much the path that has already been forged. And I can say from my experience in Class Council, talking behind the scenes, in Europe, I actually met some people from the Turtle team. Like, they genuinely care about this stuff, and even though some of the changes might seem head ass and might be dumb, I at least have faith in the people behind it. And take that with a grain of salt. Also, Nino also said it pretty well early on too. None of this has happened yet, right? We don't actually know what the final product's going to be. So, there's that too. Yep. Supa Jasiu says the road to hell is paved with good intentions. Yeah, it is. That's why every good independent game development company makes great games and then slowly becomes a corporation and then hates their community. It's true. It's the same thing happened to retail. You know? And we as a community, all we can do is try to communicate clearly what we like, what we don't like, give reasons, be constructive. What we as a community shouldn't be doing is shitposting and trying to be destructive and say out-of-pocket things. As long as you don't do that, I think you're fine. It's true, Barto, yeah. Yep, Schmutzbeutel says, this is like a reboot for everyone. I mean, the core is now new. You don't need a fresh server for getting something new. Yeah, yep, I see that too. Yeah, every private server, I see, Riddle, also, by the way, hi, Riddle. I like seeing you around. Riddle says, I dipped my toes into Ascension, and the community there is not as kind as Turtle WoW. I've said it a million times, guys. Like, Turtle WoW is something special, and we as a community do a lot to direct that. So keep that in mind, you know. They can change the game, but they can't change how awesome the community is. Yeah, if there's anyone else wants to say anything about the general changes or race changes, get out of your system before we're gonna move on, and we're gonna move on to Druid. I'll do it alphabetically, I guess. I'll keep an eye over here. I'm just gonna start changing this. No more turtle. We do Druid. See, there's the bear paw. Druid. Super Jaiseu says alliance bias. Yeah. I say that a lot. Sometimes I think it makes them upset because maybe it's a little bit of it's true. It's not a bias as much as I think ultimately it's a little bit of a blind spot. That's literally what it is. Should have made a public PTR and let the community screw around with it before it changes going live. So, Herp, before we jump, I wanna touch on something that Herp said. They said, should have made a public PTR and let the community screw around with it before it changes going live. Might make the naysayers get on board. Yes, there's two reasons why I think it's a bad idea. One is more contemporaneous and having to do with recent things, but I think given the recent hack on Turtle WoW, they are terrified security-wise. and they want to expose as few people as possible to some of their inner development channels and stuff like that. They could do it more securely, but I think that's one thing. Well, there's some apprehension, right? And the second reason is that's something that retail does. And the reason that I personally, and this is really a matter of taste, right? Whether you make something public before you push it out. I love nothing more in any version of WoW than exploring. I like finding stuff out. I like figuring stuff out. I like building new and different things. Like, that's why I did rogue tanking, right? Because like no one really had been doing it, and I wanted to try it out. Exploration is a huge facet of Turtle WoW. That's why it's called like the Mysteries of Azeroth. That's why they don't, when I am in vanilla Outland, because I snuck around in Dead Mines, that's why a GM doesn't show up and kick me out and give me a ban. They want you to explore. So in that sort of line of thinking, I think it makes sense. But it does put a strain on things, and I think it's difficult for them. Maybe a lot of the problems retail has had because they have public PTRs, and they have a bunch of people cry and moan. I mean, it's what we're doing anyway, right? But a public PTR would be nice in some respects, but it's also difficult to manage. So maybe. I don't think I'm all on board though, because I like waiting until Christmas to get my presents. And yes, Nino, I do still have faith in people. There's currently the orb and a fishing secret. We know that. Yeah, I haven't found the fishing secret. Could have been drip fed so you don't have to relearn the whole classes. My Paladin class, I don't remember, said Paladins look like they'll be better now than they have to relearn it. Yeah. I think it's fun to have to relearn stuff too.
Well, some of that too is technical, right?
Yeah.
Because it's hard to update the client.
Yeah. That's a good point too. Updating the client's just difficult. So. Alright, I'm going to move on to Druid. It's easy for me, I just scroll down a little bit. So, from the overview, I'm going to check. Oh, I have to check Discord one more time. It'll message me. Of course, Jamie. Yeah. I would like to share them, but I don't see them. Okay. Hold on. This is about the red text at the bottom. You guys are going to want to bear with me. Hold a moment. I knew this would happen. Okay. Hold on, I need to make a new part of the scene. So we have it, guys. We have it. All right. I apologize. This is more scuffed than I normally have things. Let's go to a window capture, and this will be the notepad. Okay. There it is. All right. Let's just jump in. We'll cover stuff we've already touched on, and I'll kind of bookmark things. I'm sorry, this is literally a copy paste, okay? So, and I'm reading it with you for the first time too. All right. Avatar, we covered that. That's the dwarf ability. Cooldown increased from 1 minute to 5 minutes. See, remember when I said it's pretty strong? I think they read that. Shadow Meld. Cooldown reduced from 3 minutes to 1 minute. See, I also said, like, that's a pretty big jump in cooldown, but all right. Okay, we see that. Will of the Forsaken. Duration reduced from 4 to 3 seconds. Cooldown increased from... Oh, okay. Cooldown increased from 2 to 2.5. Can now be used while under crowd control to remove it again. Okay. All right, let's get in the truck and put it back in reverse. Okay. Vengeance now only affects non-player humanoids. That... Well... I thought the original Vengeance, yeah, it does. Blood Fury, attack power bonus increased from 100 of your level to 200 of your level. No, yeah, that makes a lot more sense. Because attack power and spell power kind of, the way they did it's a little different. So Blood Fury isn't as nerfed. All right, and then it starts with Insect Swarm. I'll just check the stuff for Druids. Just seems like Insect Swarm, because the next one's Piercing Shot. Insect Swarm, application of the same rank, now stack when cast by 2 or more druids. This does not apply the reduced chance to hit component of the spell. Ooh, okay. Do I even understand what that means? Now, of the same rank, now stack when cast by 2. Oh, okay. I got it. Because you can have more than one boomkin. All right. We'll put this to the side for right now. And we'll go into Druid with this new knowledge. Yes, that is the patch to the patch. So remember, guys, the reason they put these logs out is to get feedback from the community. They've gotten some of that feedback, and they're changing some stuff again. Of course I'm a tease. Come on. I'm Vrograg. I'm the content king, baby. All right. Now let's actually get back on topic. All right. So we know from this, Druids did get a lot of changes. That's kind of their preamble. They got a lot of changes like mid-patch. I think the big thing here, they talk about it, and I agree it's a big deal. Tranquility is getting way more usefulness. That's exciting for Resto Druids. That's exciting for any Druid, really. Because it's a fun spell to use. And, of course, it's Warcraft 3 based. Makes sense. Another big thing, they're talking about Hurricane. We'll get into this as we get into the specs. This one's going to affect every Druid, though. They're going to get their own class mount. Except the mount will be them. But they get a class mount. I think that's really cool. Yeah, I think it's pretty awesome, honestly. Manual Crowd Pummeler, we'll get into this more, right? Manual Crowd Pummeler is dead. It's not going to be a Druid thing anymore. Tranquility, like I said, I'm going to talk about some of the stuff when I jump into the classes, but Ferocious Bite is going to be stronger. That's fine. The reduction in regrowth mana cost is a big deal. All right, let's see here. Yeah, I'm just going to jump into the class stuff. Frenzied Regeneration, also, I know this is a very polarizing one for PvP, but now you can also be mad at Barkskin, because Ferals are going to have that too. Right. Okay, we'll start with Balance. So, from my notes, I do have notes. From my notes with Druids, yeah, so the big story here is they have a better Hurricane they can use. And when I say better Hurricane, it's going to... I wonder if they didn't note it much here. Well, this is... So, the deal with Hurricane is it's going to have a way shorter cooldown. Not a way shorter, it's just a shorter cooldown. It's going to have better spell scaling, but the effect that reduces melee speed is now going to be something you have to spec into with Galewind. This is good. Druids don't really have any AoE. Well, they do, but it's a long cooldown. So this should help a good deal. Right, what else? They have a couple things for mana sustain. There's a really cool one. Let me see if I can pull this up too. We'll go over to Druid. All right, right here, you'll see Sylvan Blessing. Gives you 50 or 100% chance after killing a target that yields experience with a damaging spell to allow your mana to regenerate at a certain rate in combat while casting. This is almost like a... It's almost like a... What's that thing priests have?
Oh, Spirit Tap.
Spirit Tap. Spirit Tap. It's almost like that. It's not, but it's interesting. This will help like for leveling, for solo grinding, that kind of stuff. I think that's great. Other notes I had, right. So the big deal with what they have a couple things that do this. I call it like sort of a more interesting rotation. So this is their new big capstone, right? Eclipse. Critical strikes with Starfire increases nature damage. Critical strikes with Wrath or their nature damage increase arcane damage by 25%. That's a lot. Scaling's a big deal. So there's a whole playstyle emerging now. There was another one too, Balance of All Things. Insect Swarm, which is a dot, has a chance to speed up Starfire, and Moonfire, which gives a dot, has a chance to speed up Wrath. Wrath is already pretty quick, but interesting to see that they're trying to make Boomkins have this sort of weaving mentality almost, like you want to go back and forth. I think that's on brand. It's interesting. Other thing to note about Boomkins, so they have a lot more pushback resistance stuff available to them. Where was that? Right here. Guidance of the Dream gives you a up to 70% chance. That was not something they used to have, I don't think. And one other thing to note is, you see how Moonkin form? Traditionally, this would give you 360% of your armor contribution would be added to you, kind of like a big bear. However, you can't get this at level 30 anymore. You have to wait till 40 because it's a huge power spike for a level 30 to have this and still be a caster. So they just made you have to wait till 40 and you have to buy an ability to get 360.
So you just have to wait till 40 because it was a capstone. It was always 40.
It was always 40?
But it was lower down on the tree. So
oh, okay, I see. Yeah, right. So it was, you can't get the full armor value until 40. That's the thing. But that's not too much here about Moonkins. Some interesting stuff. When I finish with Druids, we'll talk about Druids. Let's jump into Feral. As we talked, MCP is dead. It's dead. I mean, you can still use it. That includes the battery-powered one, too. So they're not going to get a bunch of melee haste. I think that's probably a good thing, because it's really weird to have to use an item from Nomorgan to do effective threat or damage, but my understanding is... Where is it? Yes, to make up... it's not going to make up for it, because, it's 50%. This is going to give up to 30%, but Blood Frenzy is their big haste thing they can do now. Probably want to mention Barkskin. Barkskin's a big deal. That's going to give them 50% less damage from melee attacks. It does slow them down, but bears really only have the one defensive cooldown previously, which was Frenzied Regeneration. So this is nice. I'm gonna probably focus on bears first, I think. What I have to say about bears. So, there's a lot of opinions running around about this. But they're, this. I think it's this one. Dodging an attack while in bear or dire bear form imbues you with the spirit of the ancients. It gives you a little bit of healing and gives you a little rage. I don't know if bears are really that rage starved, but the problem with druids, feral DPS just for the bears, you don't have a shield, and because you don't have a shield, avoiding attacks. Like, when a warrior does it, they get rage. When a bear dodges an attack, they get nothing. They don't get hit, which is nice. And another thing I remember they mentioned in the notes, was it this one? No. Yes, feral adrenaline. Suffering a physical critical while in bear, dire, or cat form increases your chance to dodge by up to 45%. I believe because currently druids cannot get to crit immunity, this is a big deal. It doesn't mean they're going to be immune to the next chance to be hit. They could be crit twice in a row, but this will make it a lot less likely, and getting crit twice is a big deal in raids. This could also have some PvP interactions. I can imagine bears being even harder to kill if you could believe such a thing exists. But so the tank's got some new stuff. I also believe their swipe. Let me get back off this. I'll probably go back to this. All right, it goes to restoration. Why does it do that? I think it was their swipe got better threat, which is a big deal because they can't really hold much in AoE. They're not paladins. They don't got even the option of Thunder Fury. And so I know that was a big deal for the bears. Hopefully that works out for them. For cats, everything seems to be hinging on their bleed effects. They have this new thing, Open Wounds, that has a level of sort of interplay with their claw. And one thing that's going to be affecting both cat druids and rogues is you could target something else and your combo points don't vanish, which will be really nice. So we covered that. We covered Ancient Brutality. Yeah, so I think with some of the haste stuff going on, I believe there's also, I'd have to go back to Druid at the top, so just bear with me a moment. I think there's one Druid ability they're getting added that's going to be doing even better now, specifically for cats. Right. So Swipe, this is the bear thing. It's going to scale with 8% of the Druid's attack power. And, Savage Bite is going to have a threat multiplier on it too, which is good. So bears and cats, they got some stuff coming to them. I'll touch on the resto. Oh, I went too high. So the big thing that's going to be going on for Restoration Druids is this new, I just passed it. Let's look at their tree. Restoration Druids, regrowth, they're pushing regrowth. If I look at my notes, they're pushing regrowth and Tranquility as a thing. Tranquility is the first heal of its kind that is a raid-wide heal. It's going to have a 5-minute cooldown, I believe. And there might actually be a reason to spec into it. There's actually some encounters, I think, that could be optimized with Tranquility to really make Druid shine. I think they'll still get threat from the healing, which is kind of terrifying when you think about it. Is if you heal 40 people, that's like a Fury Warrior level of threat. So good luck with that, but I could definitely see that being like impact on big raid-wide damage fights like Lotheb, Veilstraws, Sapphiron. It's going to require decent positioning, but it's an interesting tool. As far as what I'm talking about with regrowth, they changed the scaling. Thank you, Spudley McBoob. That's a funny name. Cheaper, it's better. Yeah, and so efflorescence is a big deal for druids, or it will be. Let me see if I can... Oh, is that something you have to spec into? Or I think you just get this now. Okay, let me go back then. All right. Anytime you cast your regrowth or rejuvenation effects are about to be replaced, they instantly heal for a portion of the remaining duration. This is a huge deal for having more than one druid healing in a combat. If you were the higher geared druid and you put a hot on someone, your hot has more priority than maybe another druid that might try to put their hot on, and it will literally block you from putting it on. Now, you can push it off, and it's not that bad because the person still gets healing, because a portion of the healing remaining will go on them. This is only for the tree druids, though, because this looks to be a tree of life form only. There was... yes, Asena's Bloom. Your healing touch spells have a chance to heal a friendly target an additional amount if they have regrowth running. Now, with some of the regrowth restructuring they did, it looks like they're trying to find a way to have druids use it. Now, in the past, regrowth is sort of a huge mana drain. And this would be great for druids in dungeons, right? Because they don't have tons of they're not like a paladin. They can't just get a tank back up to full really quickly, but something like this could help in that respect. And this also might spread the repertoire of spots where druids can help out. Honestly, there's not a ton going on here, but this is nice for the tree druids. I haven't heard many of them complain. There's really never a shortage of complaints. All right. Any other thoughts about druids? I've covered all three. Next up will be hunter. I don't... Schmutzbutyl, I don't know if you could cheese it like that. Maybe? It's a good question. So I think what Schmutzbutyl is asking is, if you put like a fat hot on someone and then try to push it off with like a rank 1, would that get them instant healing? I think it has to be from another person, but you might be right. I don't know. Gretchen says you cannot kick off your own hots. Right, but you could work with another druid to do it. You can only replace same... Oh, okay, I gotcha. You can only replace same rank spells. And the heal is higher the closer it is to expiring. Oh, okay, all right. How you regrowth spam, you use different ranks. Highest level hot remains. I'm glad the chat is actively trying to break everything. I'm sure the devs aren't listening to this sweating. No, not at all, not those guys. I see Supe over in Twitch chat saying, I can't wait to stack combo points on rats before bosses and knacks. That's the way, man. That's what you got to do. Energy users unite. I'm with you, brother. I think efflorescence will just require power auras so people can effectively plan a proc out. Yeah, I mean, I will say this: what they've done with druid healing certainly increased the depth of what's going on. Break druids harder in a good way. Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, Twitch chat goes a little crazy sometimes. I'm not in control of them. Haxer says, by the way, you can replace your own hots for instant heals. Ah, so that does answer that question. I'm not the right person to ask, Gretchen. I don't play it. I have played Druid before. It was just a boomy, and it was on Classic for TBC. That was it. So I know a decent amount about boomies, but... I'm really interested to see how this is going to affect bear tanking. Also, I don't have this confirmed, but I have a very reliable source saying that they have it confirmed for themselves that there's a world where bears might be able to be crit immune in like upcoming gearing, which, I mean, bears, that's huge if that's true. I'm very excited if that's true. Although I will say, patchwork healing won't ever be the same if you can't get crit. The sheer, the fear on my face. Oh, I missed the biggest thing. Guys, I'm glad I remembered this. Bears and cats can use consumables now. In form. How could I forget that? Yeah, bears can drink bottles now. I don't know if it's just like, I don't know if there's like a classification. I'll show you the thing itself. Right, I think it was it here? Right. We lifted the restriction of feral forms not being able to use consumable items such as potions, health stones, and similar. Does that mean they can use grenades? Does that mean they can use sappers while in form? Does that, you know what I'm saying? Like, how deep does it go? Ooh, good point. Nazi asks, can we talk to NPCs while shapeshifted? I don't know the answer to that. I'm so tired of clicking the bank or repair bot. Well, I know what you mean. I know exactly what you mean. Aww. But you gotta take your wins where you can get them, alright? Being able to drink a potion because you almost died and not having to shift is a good idea. Alright, I don't think I missed anything else. I was going back over my notes, I'm like, oh, I missed the big one. I will gladly say that even though I don't play a Druid and no one on class council would probably listen to me about Druid stuff, I did support them being able to drink because there's a really funny gif of a bear drinking a soda. And that was my reasoning. Like, he opened it too. He like used his bear claw, he's like, he ripped it open and he just chugged it. I'm like, okay, obviously bears can drink potions now. Okay, hold on. Oh, thank you, Lorazia. That's actually a good point. Omen being passive. So I messaged a bunch of people to like get. Someone mentioned something about Omen. So what you people should know is that Omen is a thing that helps all of the Druid forms have some level of resource management. It makes like their next thing they do free. I believe. That's from my Boomkin memory. Now acts as a passive effect when learned. I'm not quite sure what that means, though. I thought it was passive. I thought it just happened sometimes. I'm gonna look up that GIF. Someone answer my question. I got a lot going on over here. Oh, we don't need that. Bear drinking soda. Oh, GIF. Oh, this isn't even the right... Oh, wait. No, that was the right one. All right, I got it, guys. I got it. Here it is. This is the GIF that made me want it. Look at him. He's a thirsty boy. Freedom, ferals. All right. Omen is a self buff. Oh, okay. I gotcha. Maybe they did that in TBC, and that's why I thought it was passive anyway. I can't remember. I'm going to see Bear Druid just drinking potions. Okay. Devs, if you're hearing this, please consider this. The cutest thing I've ever seen on Turtle WoW was when a GM made me into a cat and I went mining, and I had a little pickaxe in my cat hand. Could you please find a way? Because you know when you drink a potion, you have like a potion ball. Can you attach it to their bear paw? It would be so good. Cats do? Cats do? Think about it. Get back to me. Yes, Lax Elf, kind of. They have some additions they've made. Also, remember, before we move on from Druid, some of the new changes that they just put up. Oh, sorry, they haven't put it up. I have a 15 minutes advanced copy. Insect Swarm, since it's going to be part of the whole rotation of like doing nature and then arcane damage. Insect Swarm applications of the same rank now stack when cast by 2 or more druids. So there's not a matter of you can only have one boomy doing the switching of damage types. And it does, the reduced chance to hit doesn't stack. It's just a matter of letting other druids have that effect. All right. Wait, bear doesn't have an eat animation? Well, that's sad. All right. Let me set up for the next class, which alphabetically is Hunter? Hunter, right. Another class I don't know much about, but I learned some stuff. Let me go to my notes. Look at the insane stuff I do for you guys. All right. They didn't have much of a preamble here. They just jumped right in. They're just like, Hunter cool. Okay. So they listed marksmanship being scavenged by other classes for this good stuff in marksmanship and nothing else. Survival just not really being a thing. Like, it's a thing, but it's not really a useful thing. They wanted better Beastmaster viability and pet choices being very limited due to of some cutting way ahead of the rest. I don't know. Oh wait, I do know what that means. It means there's pets and then there's pets. That's what they're saying. Top of the order. They get 2 new slots for pets. I know, even though I don't play Hunter, I know that's a big deal for them. They really like their pets. One's gonna be you can purchase with gold. One you can donate. You could donate to Turtle. Huh? They don't sell this mug. You got to be goated.
Anymore.
Don't tell them too much. But yeah, so one's gold. One you have to, I think, do a store donation to get the 4th slot. But I mean, 3's better than 2. Like, I'm fine with that. Avoidance for pets is getting bumped up to 80. I think this is part of what they're trying to do with Beast Mastery. They just, I'm sure there's a reason. I'm sure a person who plays Hunter and understands, I don't know why, but they're like, we've rebranded True Shot to be Steady Shot. I'm just like, okay. Like, why? I don't know, but they made it clear that they did. Steady Shot, which we know is True Shot, has ranks, I guess? I'm not saying... Just because I made notes doesn't mean I understand the class. It just means I'm trying to get along. Aspect of the Wolf is getting a big buff. We'll get into that when we get into survival, though. Scorpion Sting looks like it's going to have a reason to exist in Raid. Reduces the target's physical damage done, which is huge. And reduces her attack speed penalty. Yeah, it says it's not going to stack with Thunder Fury, Frostbrand, and Dreams Herald, so, yeah. But the fact that it can reduce their damage is, reduce their physical damage is a big deal. If Viper Sting has been nerfed a little bit. I think that's for PvP stuff, but Mana Drain is strong in PvP, so that might be why that is. Change some stuff with Wing Clip. Changing the slow percentages. I think that's because they're making some stuff viable for melee. And Mongoose Bite, you don't have to dodge to use it. Here's the pet changes, which is probably my favorite part because I can understand it, because I understand what animals are. They're adding serpents and foxes. I didn't know those weren't families, but they are. I think serpents are like the little flying snakes, maybe? I know what a fox is. They're adding stuff. Charge boar. Okay, cool. I mean, most of this stuff, hopefully you'll understand if you understand Hunter. I think a lot of this is sort of just some overdue changes, stuff having to do with the specs as we'll get into them. Who uses... How do you get Shell Shield? Like, what is that? I'm sorry. Hunters have a lot to remember, I guess. Adjusted spell power and attack power scaling for most damaging pet abilities. That's huge, right? If you're going to make pets more viable. And they say as much right here. We'll get into Beast Mastery because I think that's the coolest one. Because they have pet friends. My pet friend is not available right now. Mandalore's still kind of upset that I went away for vacation, I think. Okay. Alright, so they focused on making pets better. I am looking at my notes now. Now I have to remember what I wrote. Right, so like pretty much everything they did in this tree is just like somehow making their pets better. The one I really wanted to point, there's a couple I wanted to point out. Thick hide. This will help their survivability quite a bit. Elusiveness will help their survivability, because this is going to build on the already existing evasiveness, right? They'll get attack speed bonuses, which is a big deal, because I think they can just... They have spells, but... I want everyone to know that sometimes when I'm playing a class that can res, if a hunter isn't paying attention, I'll res their pet. You should never let your pet die near me. But in a less joking sense, this is probably the biggest impact one I can see for Beast Mastery. I'm aware because I use totems and I track my totem damage. Their pet totems are treated as pets, so they don't have spell hit. They don't get your spell crit. They only get spell damage. And they don't have any spell pen. So the fact that hunter pets in Beast Mastery with this talent are going to get physical hit and spell hit is kind of a big deal. This will actually allow them to function well in raids, which I think they say as much. And it looks like they're a little scared already that they think they might have gone too far. Intimidation, I guess is just a PvE thing, right? Because I imagine you don't let your pet do much tanking for you, but maybe you do, outside of solo content. Spirit Bond and Bestial Wrath, these are the two things that like got changed in a way to make things even stronger for pets. So the attack power on pets is going to be better with Spirit Bond based on the attack power and spell power of the hunter. That's pretty big. Like, these are going to be beefy pets. I'm actually a little scared about what happens in PvP. Like, because a lot of times I'm just like, I don't care about the pet, whatever. And then I find out the pet's the real danger. Yeah, that's not fun. Bestial Wrath, they nerfed this because the changes they made with Spirit Bond, they thought might have went a little too hard. They say the math makes it they still end out on top. I'll be interested to see what happens. That's Beast Mastery from my untrained eyes. Marksmanship was simpler, so I understood it better. So most of the changes they did with this tree was to make the good stuff lower down, so you had to invest to get the good stuff. But because they did a lot of changes to stings, some of that's still up top. Where is he? Okay, now remember, Steady Shot is the other one. They made this third row capstone. Where was the other? Oh, right. Improved Arcane Shot got merged with an ability that will make Aim Shot and Arcane Shot better together. This one seems like this might have a big effect. If you played Warrior and you know what Deep Wounds are, it's a little bit like that. Your criticals from aimed, steady, and multi-shot cause target to bleed for 10-20 of the damage dealt. The bleed generates no threat. I never thought about that, but this is interesting. It's like they're borrowing a little bit from Warrior, what makes them good. So you have this extra dot that you can really only get 5th row. You're probably going to be marksman at that point. I don't know why they did that. Why did they do this? Okay. This is what separates Beast Mastery from marksmanship, Steady Shot. Okay. So their Steady Shot is going to be like the thing. This is the most fun one. I think they teased this one a little while ago. It's like Wind Fury, but for pew-pews. It only works on auto, arcane, steady, and multi, and it doesn't have the proc rate of a Wind Fury, but it's kind of like Wind Fury in that you do the thing and then you get a bonus arrow that doesn't cost you ammunition and doesn't reset any attack timers. But I thought that was pretty cool. This is gonna matter a lot, I think, in high-end rating. So True Shot used to just give a flat attack power bonus, which is nice, but now it's going to give a little less attack power and then a percentage on top of that. The percentage is based off of the recipient, not the hunter. But keep in mind, percentages are scaling, and scaling is very powerful. So this will make True Shot very, very valuable moving forward, and I think that's cool that they've done that. Love to see it. Let's talk about the fun one. I like animals, but this is the fun one, according to my sources. And let me give you guys let me do a quick comparison here. So this is that the one we were just looking at? Hold on, wait. We were looking at, yeah. So this is current. This is the survival they're going to be doing. This is old survival. Oh, I can't zoom down on that. Just try to look at the. It looks like the tree's a little different, right? They did a lot of work on this. It looks like. There's, according to my notes, I wrote too much to write. My wrist is cramping. Anyway. Things to note. There's tons of stuff here. This is going to be playing off of their Aspect of the Wolf. Something to note about Aspect of the Wolf. Previously, Aspect of the Wolf, you only had one rank of it, and it prevented you from using your bow or ranged weapon. You will not have that restriction anymore, and there's more ranks of it. And I think they roughly match the Aspect of the Hawk. I think that's the name of it. So that's like step one of making this work. Like I said, they changed a bunch. Here's the first sign of something to come, right? This spec, Survival, does a lot with traps. This is going to be the trap thing. the trap spec in Melee. Right here, plane in ahead, duration of frost trap and fire trap effects is increased, so that means more damage or more slow. Or I guess ice block. Carve, as I understand it, is like a cleave, but it's like a cleave they shoot in a cone, which is a little weird, but that's nice. They can... I'm sorry, a quick aside. This is better than rogues. They just showed up to the melee party late and they got a better cleave, like right off the bat. Sorry, okay, I'm done being sour. Anyway. So, they have a talent as well, Stinging Nettle Lacing. Because they made Scorpid Sting and their sting's a lot more valuable, they also allowed a way for survival to keep up the buff without having to run out into ranged. I think that's what this has to do with. And I believe that, yes, their explosive traps can apply it as well, which is a big deal. Trap Mastery. That one's not as exciting as the other trap one. Vicious Bite, what? Here is this talent is very impactful. Before it was useful, now it's really good. Because before it just helped their agility, now their contribution to attack power from agility will essentially match rogues. So rogues, it's a 1-to-1. Okay, now I forgot. No, it's a 1-to-2. I don't remember. Anyway, this means they get better melee attack power from agility. They'll be like all the other melees, essentially. That's what they say here. I had it in my notes, so I can't find it now, though. But this is another part of making this work. And their capstone's real. I would love to know how this is going to pan out. Untamed Trapper. Your fire trap's damage is now increased by your melee attack power, which is great, right? But then it also says it allows you to trap while in combat. And that's going to have a lot of everything in it. I don't know how... Can someone tell me, like, you know the one that puts you in an ice block? Does that one have a cooldown? Are they just going to be able to CC anyone anytime? But, I mean, it doesn't matter because, let's be honest, only the memeiest of memes would probably use things in the old tree. This looks like they're giving it a shot. They're really trying to make it into something. And now there's a spec for Rexar, and that's what I'm excited about. Who doesn't like Rexar? Even if you're Alliance, you got to respect Rexar. And every time I saw him, I'm like, I can't see Rexar holding a bow. He's going to go up and beat a guy over the head. This is the Rexar spec. See? Nazi gets it. Okay. I would love to hear from anyone who likes hunters or knows about hunters more than me, which isn't hard, what you think about this. Yeah. I'm glad to see so much love for Rexar. Thank you, guys. Goblin Rexar, what? We should... Small F's in chat, I suppose. Wyvern Sting's removed. Because it has nothing to do with anything else going on in this tree anymore. I've seen Wyvern Sting used once in my entire time in Classic and in Turtle WoW. Once. It's always been there. I've only seen it happen once, though. Yeah. I'm a little curious myself, because, like, it seems like, Ricardin brings up an interesting point. Like, it says fire traps will have more damage and traps could be used in combat. What I'm interested by is, hunters are showing up late to the, spell damage game, you could say. They don't have spell penetration. They don't have spell hit. These are going to be spell-like effects. I'm assuming. So how does this work? Is there going to be stuff for them? Rogues and hunters don't have alternate tier sets, so I I could see you making like a survival set that maybe had a little bit of spell hit, maybe some spell pen. But that's going to hold back some of the fire damage from being as effective. But outside of that, I mean, I like the idea of this. Exactly, Nazi. They gave scaling with AP. They gave the thing that enhancement shaman wanted a long time ago. They just gave it to hunters for free. They gave to hunters for free the cleave that rogues wanted so badly. Really? Dale Calvert says, hunter set has spell power. Well, that's good, but apparently their attack power will scale with their spell with the effects of their trap, so they won't need spell power exactly, but they're still going to need hit, and they're going to need pen for some things. Shaman talents are a hunter weapon. Okay. Carve does sound pretty cool. I will agree. Tristanaki. I'm excited. Haxer says, I don't think it will have spell power after class changes too. That has not been noted anywhere. I would like to point out Haxer. Because one thing was made clear about all the new tier sets is that, look, we're not doing anything to rogues and hunters. And I got the strong sense it was because you couldn't be bothered, because you hated us. Or that we didn't really have, like, other specs that really needed it. But I would argue, at least with survival, if I guess it's gonna need some air to breathe. We don't know how it's all gonna pan out. It might be a complete joke. It might be broken. We'll see what happens. But maybe sometime down the line, it might be interesting to have like a melee set for hunters. Oh, survival is PvP spec. Is it? Oh yeah, I guess. Yeah. I think that's where I've seen Wyvern Sting. I was never dangerous, so no one shot me with Wyvern Sting. Also, based on what I saw in Beast Mastery, are you sure that Beast Mastery isn't going to be PvP? Because those animals be scary. I'm also curious how the orc racial command gives additional power to pets. I wonder if there's going to be like a world where if you're really into Beast Mastery, you have to play orc. You know what I mean? Something to think about. The OG melee hunter build was 31 beast and 20 survival. Really? Okay. Unless you ran Blade of Eternal Darkness. Well, I think they changed how, like, trying to get weapon procs happens now. So, I don't want to play Orc Warlock for Demonology. Yeah. They're already making Orc Bis for Hunter with the Blood Fury buff. How do you figure, Bobob? Blood Fury now only affects your attack power, and it's like by like a number. It's not like a percentage anymore. The new changelog increases AP by 120. Well, and they do get a percentage of that. Add that to the 5% pet damage. Yeah. Well, that and with the command racial passive, I think orc hunters are really kind of uncontested as like the best beast mastery, right? Zolsi says I became Orc Warlock for the new demonology. Haxer says survival gets all that melee AP and pet damage and weapon skill. Did I miss the weapon skill in survival? Let me go back to that. Did they get weapon skill? I'm just double checking here. Did they get it before and that's why it's not noted here? Because I didn't know about that. Oh, I see. I gotcha. I'm like, what? No, that's crazy. Thank you, Sheldy. Maybe I'll take a look at that later. All right. Any other closing thoughts on Hunter? We got to keep it. We got to keep it crack-a-lackin'. There's other classes we got to talk about. Ones that I know a lot more about. I will note this in my advanced copy of the revisions. I see that piercing shots no longer generate threat to avoid breaking feign death with uncontrolled application. If those words meant something to you, keep that in mind. They did. I don't know what they mean. Hold on. I think I might have breezed by piercing shots. This is probably the one I know the least about. That was marksmanship, right? Oh no, I did. Oh, I see. Because it's the bleed. Okay, that's what matters here. Okay. So the bleed doesn't generate threat, so that if you need to feign death, it's not going to pull you back into combat. Okay, yeah, I could see. Well, I understand what they're going for, because bleed's a very powerful effect, and it's a nice way to, like, slowly add damage, so... Alright. I'm going to start setting up for the next class, which is alphabetically, I think, what I know about. Oh, yes. Oh. Get ready, baby. Oh, we got a lot to talk. I know Mage like the back of my hand. We're good. Also, I do apologize. I tried to study what I could, and I can't, like, instantly be an expert about every class. I tried. Hunter and Warlock are going to be tough. I have someone near me that knows a lot about Warlock, but she's not, like, an expert. Okay. Okay, is everyone ready? Hold on. Tucking sober. I'm sorry. I have a Twitch chat on the other window. I didn't even see that. I don't know. That's, I'll ask that. Tucking sober says, does the physical damage reduction on Scorpion Sting stack with other hunters' Scorpion Sting? I don't think it does. I think they actually said that. Where did that window go? Did I get rid of it? Hold on. Oh, there you are. You little scamp, get back over here. Well, no, don't do that. Also, another reason I'm putting chapter, like, those little marks is so that when I try to cut this up later to, like, have people look at it, they can follow along more easily. So I appreciate you guys being patient here. Okay. Mage, the preamble here. Mage is in a good spot. Fire, good. Ice, okay. Really good in PvP. Arcane. That was the preamble. There's new spells, new arcane spells. Will go into arcane, don't worry. But I don't think they list it again. But arcane surge. The way this one works is if you get a resist or partial, think of it like a rogue riposte or a warrior overpower. So like if you get that, then you get this free instant cast to spend. I mean, listen, arcane had 2 damage spells up until now. This is already a 50% increase, and let me tell you, it doubles. Wowee. They're making arcane missiles stronger. We'll get into that too. Great quality of life thing. Dampen Magic and Amplify don't have a billion ranks, and there's just one. And it just does a flat thing. It is so much nicer. Trust me. If you've ever had to... If you've ever been in, what was that, before Battle Guards Artura, and you hear the call from your raid leader, it's like, everyone, it's time to, everyone put on Amplify Magic. You're just clicking the button. It sucks. And then you realize you were doing the wrong rank, and you don't say anything. Anyway, that was my experience. All right. Arcane Intellect costing less mana. You might be saying to yourself, why is a mage excited about this? Let me tell you. Arcane Brilliance costs 3,400 mana. Even though mages have probably the most mana out of any class, except for like a flasked healer maybe. If you're alone in a raid, or if there's just two of you, you're like begging for innervates. It takes forever to happen. This is awesome. Trust me, this is a win. Mages are very excited about this. We're going right into the deep end immediately. So right off the bat, they've been changing stuff with wands. This is good. Not as impactful for mages as it is going to be for priests, but priests get the same thing, but increases your chance to hit with wands, which is cool, and it gives you a chance to regenerate mana when you use your wand. Because let's be honest, in both priest case or mage's case, you're probably using a wand because you want to regain mana. So this is awesome. It makes this talent a lot more valuable for like everybody, and it's also really low on the tree. Magic absorption. So they didn't change how much you resist, but what they did, so you need to have mage armor for this, but they didn't change how much resistance you get. They changed how much mana you get. This is mostly, I would assume, to stop some like AoE farms from having infinite mana, because like let's say you go into some dungeon as a level 60 mage. If you have mage armor on and there's like a caster, like you're probably not, if it's like a couple casters, you're not going to run out of mana because you're going to resist everything and you'll get all your mana back. So I can understand why this is going, why this is happening. It's still not a bad talent. It's a little less valuable though, I think, for farming nowadays though. Arcane Concentration having an 8-second cooldown, that could be rough. But mages mana sustain isn't that bad. They also have Evocate as an oopsie. Arcane in deeper situations as other stuff. Usually other specs like Frost and Fire will grab this. They can get this now too, but it's not going to be as effective for the rare chances you get 2 in 8 seconds. Remember, you'll probably like a 2.5 cast for your spell, so you're going to maybe get 3-4 chances to roll. So it just blocks your ability to luck out. That's about it. Magic Attunement. This is just about making amplifying. I don't even want to think about those spells. We're moving on. Arcane Rupture. So this gives you a new spell. The purpose of this spell, if I remember, I actually did write notes on this too. Right. So this has a cast time. It is the first arcane spell to have a cast time, believe it or not, because Arcane Explosion's instant, Arcane Missiles is channeled, and that other new one is also instant. So this one's going to have a 2.5 second cast time, so it's going to have full spell coefficient, as we can see there. And the difference here is, I thought this one had a cooldown. Yeah, 15-second cooldown. So this one you're going to want to use when it's available because it's going to be very valuable. Remember too, I kind of skipped over it before, but Arcane Missiles is going to have better spell coefficient and can benefit better from haste, which we'll get into shortly here. Improved Mana Shield. This is good because in a PvP scenario or even a PvE scenario, if you don't have Ice Barrier, this is your best bet. it being less damaging to your mana is good. That's alright. Temporal Convergence. Your arcane missiles have a chance to reset the cooldown of your arcane rupture. You can see where that interplay is happening. I'm assuming at 15% it's going to be per channeling of arcane missiles, not per missile. Otherwise, you're just going to basically reset rupture every time. We'll see though. Arcane Meditation. This is like you get mana while you cast thing. They made it better. We'll see more about why later. And it's oddly, the effect is tripled while below 35%. We'll also get into that why. Accelerated Arcana. This is kind of wild. They are making arcane missiles quicker. I didn't think they had the technology to do it, but they did. And it also speeds up your cooldowns. So, this is great. This is everything you need to do to make Arcane viable as a damage spec. Resonance Cascade. Kind of a cool concept. I think this is one of the more creative things they've done. So, with this, with your arcane effects, you have up to a 20% chance, like, you'll do the damage, and then it will sort of happen again at what is it, 50%? And then that can happen again at 50%, up to 4 times, I believe. So it's sort of like almost like an Ignite, but it's definitely doesn't work like Ignite, but it has that ability that you do something, and then you have a chance for like additional damage to really start rolling. So I like to see that. That's really cool. Because this isn't on crit. This is just your successful damaging arcane spells. So the multiplier effect on this could be really strong. Here's the one that everyone's been talking about. Everyone knows, but arcane power, it used to just be I'm going to spend twice my mana, and I'm going to get I'm going to get twice my damage. Simple concept. Now it's a suicide button. When activated, your casting speed increased by 35%. Remember, arcane missiles can go quicker now too. But it drains 2% of your maximum mana every second, and reducing all mana gain by 75%. So you can't just chug a mana potion during this to like get rid of the issue. Falling below 10% mana causes you to violently combust. I believe this will not be a damaging people around you. I think just you explode. If it would damage allies around you, it would be terrifying. If it damages enemies, it'd be hilarious, because this is now the best PvP build. Like you don't gotta fight. Just run in there, pop arcane power, and just be a literal bomb. So I don't think that's gonna happen. Brilliance Aura is gone. It's a good concept. It just didn't really push the needle. Arcane's got a lot going on, guys. If you have a mage, and like Mage, you're definitely trying this. If you are curious, it's going to be fun. I guarantee you. This is sort of like the kind of fun that I think a lot of people in chat were talking about with Survival Hunter being all melee. So this will be fascinating. All right, we'll go to Fire. Fire. This is very simple. Very, very simple. Ignite is changing how it works. So traditionally, when you crit with a fire spell with Ignite, a portion, I believe 30% of the damage of the crit will be dealt to the target over 4 seconds. Now it will be dealt over 6 seconds, which is a larger window. So mages can keep it rolling. However, the threat will be spread to all mages contributing to it. So that is a lot less terrifying in Raid. It's going to mean you don't have to stop casting because just one just ran away. You know what I mean? If you've been in that circumstances, Mage, you know the panic it is, and you know how annoying it is to have to stop casting. This is good. I think it might end up doing a little bit less damage. It's okay, guys. Fire Mage is doing plenty of damage. So, improved Fire Blast, not that big of a deal, but talent hot streak. This is very simple. Fireball and Fire Blast crits can give you stacks of hot streak. You can, I think, get up to 9 times, right? So 9 times 5, so it'd be 4.5 seconds off of a... The idea is the more stacks you get, the quicker your next Pyro Blast. That's the 8-second cast. So, I forget the... It's around there. It's like, maybe it's 6 or 7 seconds. I can't remember now, but... if you get 9 stacks, though, it's definitely worth it at that point to try doing Pyroblast. Pyroblast hits harder than a Fireball and has a nasty dot on it, so this is great. This is fun. Fire Mages might actually have something to do other than get stacks of Scorch up and do Fireball. 6 seconds, really? I think you're right. So at minus 3.5, yeah, it's just going to be the length of a Fireball at that point. It's perfect. Frost. Okay, listen. I'm gonna get a little spicy here, just because I like Mage, but we're gonna get through it. Okay. If you really like Frost Mage, maybe don't even watch this. There's some bad news. There's some really cool good news, but like, Piercing Ice being moved to second row is actually pretty good for leveling, so that's actually really nice. We'll start here. We're gonna get the bad news out of the way first. This is rough. Improved Blizzard. Its best slow it can give now is 40%. That's down from 65. This used to be the strongest slow in the game. This is going to have a big impact on PvP, and it has a big impact on AoE farming. Shatter, in a similar sense, the crit bonus is going from 50 to 35%. Going to have large impacts on AoE farming and PvP. Kind of rough, not gonna lie. I would even, I know, I can speak about, because I did work on Mage Class Council. I did see these things. This is not what I proposed. It's okay. I don't always have to have my way. I know, I think personally for me, I wanted to say, hey, maybe make it so that you can only get the full effect of 65% with a max rank Blizzard, because those are really mana expensive. Because people would just spam rank 1 Blizzards to slow everyone. So that's the bad news. Also, only getting 7 crit for a point in Shatter, that should have been reduced to a 3 talent, in my opinion. But hey, it is what it is. They can't all be winners. We'll look to the new stuff for Frost, though. They have a new spell, which, let's be honest, if you're doing DPS as a Frost Mage, you're jumping for joy. That's amazing. Icicles, it's a channeled spell. Based on the math I'm looking at here, it looks like it would be better than just doing a Frostbolt. I think that's the idea, because it has a cooldown. We'll get into that, but Flash Freeze. This is not Brain Freeze. So what this does is if your target is immune to freeze and you did freeze them either through Frostbite, Frost Nova, or those are the two. Yeah. Flash Freeze, rather than, because you didn't snare them, instead they get your cooldown on Icicles. It comes off of cooldown right away, and it makes the channel duration, or essentially the speed of Icicles, quicker. So there's going to be like this: you use a Frostbolt, you get flash freeze, you use icicles, it goes back on cooldown. Maybe you pop a frost nova to get flash freeze happening again. See what I'm saying? Like that's so. There's actually some thought put into this. It'll be interesting because frost usually isn't seen as a DPS alternative except for raids where you kind of have to because everything's immune to fire. But now you have arcane as an option. Frost might do some really cool things. One thing I do want to note about icicles, the channeled spell, that won't give slow. That's only Frostbolt, Cone of Cold, Blizzard. Those are the only ones that will add the slow effect. Icicles will not do that. So I think that was done in keeping in mind all the differences with PvP. And the last one, this one I am really excited about, but I don't know how it's going to work out. Most people haven't really pushed the meta of like deep frost and late game raiding. Frostbolts are the most mana efficient, like main traditional cast, but Ice Barrier is actually pretty expensive. So fortunately, there's multiple ranks, so maybe that will work with this. But Ice Barrier is going to give a flat 15%. Remember, percent scaling, so that's strong. This could really make a difference for Frost Mage, but this does mean you're going to have to use 1 GCD every 30 seconds to keep it up. Yeah, I'm very curious about Arcane, but low-key, I really want to see what Frost can do, because there's a lot out there that I think not explored. It'll be fun to test. Like I said, guys, I do Mage quick. I can run right through Mage. Anything anyone want to see about Mage? Let me show you. Yes, Talking Sober. Arcane Mage is hella fun. Having like 3 arcane missiles slap out within a second feels good. Yeah, I think the only thing holding back arcane mages might be because there's going to be a lot of things that are very timing restrictive. If you have high ping, arcane mage might not be for you. We'll see. Okay, did you guys all chill out, or did my thing break? It's hard to tell when you guys actually chill out. I'll check. Oh, I'm breaking it. All right. I see a lot of people dancing on Frost Mage grave. What happened? Did a Frost Mage hurt you? We could still do it right now. I mean, I'm okay with like people boosting and AoE farming. It's so dumb. It doesn't really interact with the game. I'm okay with that, but we do have to acknowledge that people like doing AoE farming. I've done it. It's fun. It just sucks that like it happened this way. You know, lax. So many people are just. That's all the chat was. Just you guys dunking on Frost Mages. Vrograg, can you speak on Will of Forsaken changes and what convo around that? Maximus, I did that at the beginning of stream. There was a small change to it. You can do it in crowd control now, just so you know. But the cooldowns got changed. They changed their edit again, essentially. Arcane in Tier 2 will beat all other mage specs, even in best gear with Atiash, if they have Ornate Bloodstone Dagger, unless they change it. I think they're going to change Ornate Bloodstone Dagger, because so many weird specs and stuff we're starting to build around it. I hope they do. So, the Frost AoE killers are done. You'll still be slowed. Like, the thing that was particularly hard to deal with Frost Mages is that it was a 65% slow. I think that's the tough spot. But I don't think Frost Mages are going to vanish. They're still going to be really good. As it stands right now, OBS beats Atish for Arcane, and I don't think some crafted PvP reward dagger should be beating our legendary. No, it's not a PvP reward dagger. It's a weird crafted one, right? They didn't... well, no. Here's the thing, though. They didn't nerf Cone of Cold, but that's because it isn't as strong of a slow, I think, for 1. And for 2, it has a cooldown. And for 3, it takes a lot of skill to use. I know, because I don't do Cone of Cold kiting. You have to be good at the game to do that. I knew what he meant, Buckethead. Oh, okay. I honestly didn't know. Because I don't do PvP. Yeah. I play the game to have fun. I'm not here to stress out. Make Battlegrounds work properly again. I guarantee you if they've heard that before, telling me I'm the wrong person to tell anyway. Everyone knows I don't... I like the idea of PvP. It's just not fun for me. Riddle, I don't know what bad players like you and I are supposed to do. We should all have a meeting and talk about what low APM people can do. Nia Gaku says, it seems like these changes are made by people who don't play PvP. It's so funny. Like, obviously I didn't make all these choices, but I know like that's factually incorrect. I think what happens is you get decisions made by committee, or there's something else you're shooting for, and other things suffer. But I mean, I just know it's not true. And I also know that even people who don't play much PvP, like myself, even when I would make a proposal or like have an idea, so I can't tell you how many times people would be like, oh, we can't do that. Like, that's really unbalanced for PvP. And I'm like, oh, thanks. I didn't think about that. Like, I guarantee you PvP was in the mix for like what people were thinking and doing and choosing on, like every step of the way. I literally had a joke that like, I'm going to come up with 50 good ideas and 49 of them are bad for PvP. Yeah. Obviously, I can't talk about the discussions of class council, but I can say that there were numerous accounts where, because I was helping on Mage stuff, I would be like, you guys can't do this. This is a very bad idea for PvP, because even I knew it was bad, if that makes any sense. Well, Rograg, you came up with one idea, at least, that got in. As is, almost. Yeah. People, I'm a pariah now. How many of the players in the class council have hit R14? If you think that's a matter of skill and not of time to waste, I think you don't understand. But I haven't asked. Yeah, oh, that's true. Murag brings up a good point. Probably a staggering amount of people that get rank 14 usually quit the game because they either go insane or just have had it. Yeah, again, I didn't ask on class council because yeah, I'm like, man, PvP, whatever. Well, you know what? Here's the thing, Dominar. We don't know what's going to happen. We don't know how it's going to play out. We also don't know what other tools other classes are going to have. We're just going to have to relearn. It's okay. I know, Ricardin, I mean, I don't want to get off the beaten trail too much. We still have other classes. But I'll at least answer Ricardin here. I know there's a lot of internal pressure. They want to have it out this month. And I don't think tweaking numbers and stuff is going to slow them down much. So they should be able to. Sae, No. Ask a night elf. I don't fully understand it myself. Alright. We're going to move on to the next class, which alphabetically is... Alright. This is like tied for second of my least knowledgeable one. I'll need the light to protect me for this one. Their preamble was about how much they're actually doubling down and making paladins twice as strong, and that if you say anything bad about paladins, you actually get a debuff if you say something negative about them in world chat. They actually have a bot that detects it. A lot of it though was about them trying to resurrect Paladin from its original design. There's a lot of stuff slapped on at the end they tried to bring back, like Holy Strike, like that thing that lets them get a bunch of weapon procs. Already forgot the name of it. Crusader Strike, maybe? Yeah. I did take notes on this. Not nearly as many. Now, let me start. Okay. Zeal is a thing. I just want to point out look how much they wrote for Holy Strike. All of this, right? And then look how much of a developer note they had. It seems like it was a pretty hotly desired item. So, as I understand, Holy Strike, we'll cover this because this is a very controversial one, right? Strike your target for X to Y holy damage, restoring Z health and Z mana to you and your party. 6-second cooldown. 43% spell power scaling coefficient, and the healing has a 5% healing power scaling coefficient. Both reduced for ranks, see below. Okay. As for Crusader Strike, its low damage made it low impact ability on press, and it lacked the power and feeding core rotation ability it should have. It also made Paladin's global cooldown capped on spammy because you had a free GCD. You would just press it, which is rather uninteresting. I think they knew the problems. Also, they note here how the best Paladin DPS was Flame Tongue and needed like Flame Tongue from Shamans, and just getting like weapon procs. So it became really weird. Paladin took a weird turn. They have a new taunt. Great for tanking. They actually got a lot for tanking. They have a new rank of Flash of Light. Judgment the Crusader, which I think is also a taunt, but like a weird taunt. It's going to revert back to its original function. Paladins, I think, even if you don't like Paladins, you can be happy about this. Look at that. All of these blessings, they last for a lot longer. That means you don't have to go in raid chat and be like, salvation's flying off 15 times. I mean, hey. I'm happy about that. I was happy about the Arcane Intellect buff. I love this. Divine Shield now reduces all damage dealt by 50% instead of reducing attack speed by 100. This change was done at a patch between the first and second batches of class changes, but we deemed it important that... So yeah, this was done beforehand, but they're just reminding people that this is how it works. Mana gain from the chance on hit effect increased by 100%. 2 new ranks have been added. Love to see that. You guys can be mana hungry too when you're not healing. So, Holy, according to them, and according to everyone else, is doing fine. It's just very boring and didn't use a lot of like its tools. It was very linear, and it was like sort of a very one-trick pony. It was a good trick. So most of what they were doing here was measures to expand the repertoire of Paladin healing to maybe not just be one spell. To that end, they added more stuff to make Holy Paladin's heals stronger in the late game, or just like have better scaling. Mana restoration lowered from the base spell costs. Illumination getting a change is a big deal. While increasing their overall healing throughput and healing cap, in addition, we buff Sealoism. So the idea here is that like they should. Here's some more mana. Like don't be scared, guys. It's okay. You can do things other than never use mana. Ironclad is an interesting one. I actually really like this one because it encourages paladins to not have to wear dresses. There's like the idea of a paladin is like a big hulking armored dude. I know it's not like the biggest difference, but at least it won't make it like it can maybe help make the difference if like there's an armor piece that you could get that has like slightly less healing than like a cloth piece that like a priest or a druid wants. So this seems cool. Holy Shock doesn't do damage anymore, but the amount of healing is increased, and it now has a chance to reset its own cooldown, which starts at 5%, increases by 1 for every 100 healing power you have. That's pretty cool. I don't think I've seen any cooldown work quite like that. Hopefully that's balanced. I mean, what, like, high on the range for healing powers, like, probably like 1,500, right? So, yeah, that could be strong. I don't see it like constantly going off though. All right, and Flash of Light. Okay, now has 3 ranks, granting critical. All right, I'm trying to get to this. Is this the one? Yes. New capstone talent Daybreak. Critically healing an ally leaves Daybreak on them for 12 seconds. It increases healing taken from Flash of Light, Holy Light, and Holy Shock by 20%. Increases their maximum hit points by 5%. This is great because the Shaman crit effect and the Priest crit effect just give armor. This actually gives them more hit points, which effectively is also like mitigation. I mean, if you've ever healed a bear tank, you know what I'm talking about, right? You can just have a bunch of HP and live. So this is interesting. But if I remember correctly from the crib notes I got from one of my correspondents, let me check that. Okay, yep. Sorry, I need to go back to Illumination. Sorry. I think Illumination is the thing you guys use to... Yeah, okay, there it is. Okay. I kind of glossed over it. I shouldn't. This is important for Paladins. Mana restoration lowered from those numbers, so the best you can get is 60%. So this does end the infinite mana Paladin healing. You'll still want crit, because it helps you with mana sustain, but there's none of that old stuff. Riddle, I agree with you, but anything to make them stop harassing the priest is great. So that's the other big thing to note about Holy. That's one of the big changes they're making. Protection. I'm checking my notes here too, because one of my correspondents, Practice Girl, is a Paladin tank and had a lot of stuff to say. Okay. Let's get over here. I'm trying to make it match up. He did a good job of making it match with what I'm looking at. Okay. All right. So, right off the bat is this is the tanking, right? This is the tanking spec. The overview said they were looking at threat, and they were looking for a way to make sword and board like the way to do Paladin, because you could do it other ways and then have other ways of like not getting damaged so much. Anticipation, doubling defense and for 2 less points is huge. Shield specialization. This also might be one of those, hey, we're trying to stop all the AoE farming. This might be part of what that is. But this will make mana management a little bit more difficult for tanks, for Paladin tanks, because now it has it can't occur more than 5 seconds instead of every 1 second. Righteous Fury, more threat. Righteous Defense, less damage. They're getting better mitigation, which is good, because they were one of the squishier tanks. Where's that? And then, okay. There's some sort of defensive ability they have now that is really, really good. This is also great too, actually. Bash a target with your shield and reducing damage you take by 40% for 12 seconds. You know, that doesn't say physical damage. That just says damage, doesn't it? That's almost like shield wall. That might be better than shield wall. I can't remember the numbers, but that's... What's the cooldown? Oh, a 3-minute cooldown. Yo, let me go double check, make sure there's no new edits. Anything I missed? No. Oh, maybe. Oh, they didn't put it in the same order. Okay, I know. Is Shield of the Righteous? Is that a Paladin ability?
Yes.
Okay. I want it noted that one of the new things they're putting out says shield. Oh, I'll just show it. Sorry, might be. I should be showing this anyway. So right here, I'm just gonna highlight the part. I know it's not great to see, but I had to do this on the fly. This is the Paladin stuff. So, Shield of the Righteous has cooldown increased and damage reduction from 40 to 30. See, we were literally talking about this. Righteous Strikes, Holy Strike benefits will be reduced, but exact value is still unknown, and Repentance healing has been reduced. Okay, keep that in mind as we go through these logs. Maybe they meant Bulwark of the Righteous? This is the one that I think needs the nerf. It must have been, yeah. Because that matches, right? This was, yeah. Okay, so this, I said, hey, this looks strong. I don't even play a Paladin. I said this looks strong. So the percentage mitigation's changing and the cooldown's changing. Fair enough. So overall, based on what I remember from my notes with like Practice Girl and looking over at things, another taunt, really good mitigation stuff, pretty much what they need. Mana sustains a little bit up in the air. We'll see how it works out. But I like Paladin tanks, they're great. Retribution is the one I think I didn't have notes on. I know Retribution's kind of related to tanking, but it's not, so. in their right, so they talk a little bit here about like what Retribution was doing was getting the best of like totems and having weapons that do extra elemental damage as like the way to do damage. You have to keep up Vengeance, and it's probably not what they designed it for, and they try to handle some of those concerns. Probably this is a great quality of life thing. Improved Blessings, it does Wisdom as well. Probably like that. Vindication reduces target's damage, to reduce the target's damage by percentage for 10 seconds instead of reducing the target's strength and agility. That probably makes more sense, a little bit more easy to understand and work with. Two-hand weapon specialization. I didn't even know Paladins had this. How long have they been able to know how weapons work? I actually don't know. I'm kind of curious. Do I look it up right now? No, I wait. Vengeance moved to row 5. Physical and holy damage bonus reduced by a third. Now reduces threat generation. So that's nice. If threat ever was an issue. I don't really know if it was, but... So here they're trying to... So the reason they did this is to address the problem with elemental damage stacking on top of it. So I'm guessing that's why that happened. Seal and Judgment of Command. Just giving like a little bit extra. That's cool. Crusader Strike deals an additional 15% damage, and Zeal increases your attack and casting speed by additional 2% per sec. Holy Strike infuses you with Holy Might, increasing your strength by up to 20% for 20 seconds. I'm guessing this is how you do the damage. Looks pretty good. Repentance was reworked. If the target is immune to crowd control and can be used on all creature types. Nice. Let's see what they had to say. Repentance is extremely underwhelming against creatures, but an important tool against players. We decided to keep it as a capstone and give it some additional functionality against bosses that fits flavor of Retribution very well. Cool. Love to see that. I didn't know Repentance was like a thing. Like, I knew like the noun. I know like nothing about Paladins. I'm sure Paladins have something to say about this. I'll check over in chat. I need a lot of mana with the Paladin combos in the new patch. Yeah, you will. We will need Retribution Paladins for a talented Paladin buffs since Holy Spec doesn't have enough talent points to take them. Could be true. Brittle says, no polearm bonus. Who will use Vendor Strike? Paladins can use polearms? Huh. I guess I know why I've never seen them with one now. There never was a threat issue, just get salve. Okay, I don't know. Red Paladins and Enhanced Shamans were always known for heavy threat spikes. I would beat them as an elemental, but that's because I'm goated like that. Nina says the blessing changes are the best thing out of the whole class changes. I like ease of buffing because it's really annoying to have to remember to buff. So I like it too. Current two-hand spec is all two-handed melee weapons. Oh, okay. Larazia says there's a very important point for druids in the notes you received under hack and slash. The hell is hack and slash? Hold on. My Discord's probably blowing up. Oh my goodness, Karenni, that's you? Okay. But we're not working on druids right now. We can touch on that in the end if you want, Lorazia. Darian says, vengeance reducing threat also discourages prots from going for it. Ah, see, now, yeah, that actually does make more sense. Crusader Strike seems way too overtuned. Well, they added this zeal mechanic that I don't really understand. This is holy. Where is zeal? They added it like right at the top, right? Zeal increases your attack and casting speed by 3%. Instant attack, 6-second cooldown, which is shared with Holy Strike. The additional can trigger judgment effects and refreshes its duration. Does not proc seals. I didn't know zeal even was a thing. I thought it was new. Yeah, Lorazia, whatever it is, just DM it to me if it's important. I'll check my DMs in a little. Does the same damage as Mortal Strike, and you can buff it more on Talons by 15%, and then you get a Zeal stack, which, if you are a Ret, you get a 15% haste when stacked. Also, Crusader Strike can trigger Judgment. Yeah, that does seem pretty strong, but I thought they had something they had to do that they'd have to like stack up the ability to do the full damage. Maybe I'm reading that wrong, but Riddle, I know what you mean, by the way. Frank AMT said, it's just another buff you need to monitor and keep up. Well, at least they help with the blessings. I'm sorry I don't have more to say about Paladin. I haven't played Paladin a lot. At all. I've actually never played a Paladin. Not even like made a bank alt. So. It's true. Riddle, you make a good point. With warriors, rage can only go up. With paladins, their rage can only go down. That's why warriors are always better. Sadly. Sadly. But I am guessing that the changes they made here will make paladins not completely hobbled in PvP, but maybe PvPers might whine about them a little less. If I'm wrong, let me know. Because they love whining. But I'm gonna start switching over to priest. Exactly. Well, I have someone who's right next to me who really cares about these changes too, so I'm excited. Paladin, priest. Oh, not Reist, priest. I've never really played a priest, but I live with one, so I know a lot about it. Excuse me. Frank, what are you talking about? Have you seen Discipline? Are you crazy? Priest changes are so meh. They got a new DPS spec. Like, what? Are you sure? I love seeing that. All right. So in their preamble, they probably talk about how priests are good healers.
There's really important stuff in that preamble.
Okay, I'll look at it. Frograg is really handsome. I agree.
All priests get Fear Ward baseline.
Oh, wouldn't they have that in the...
It's not a talent, it's a...
Oh! Well, they usually mention...
Oh, maybe.
It might be in here.
I'd have to...
Yeah, it's in there. I'm talking about the
Well, the preamble, it says that...
You know, guys, I think Murag just wants my presentations to go poorly. All she does is undercut me. Anyway, the priest preamble talks about how priests are good healers and how discipline doesn't really have an identity beyond being a spot where you can get power infusion and cool stuff for bubbles. So that preamble kind of leaves you going like, huh, probably nothing too crazy, right? But it gets a little rocky, don't worry. They finally removed the attack power part from Inner Fire. True story, that was a old remnant from when they were going to make Priest have like a monk spec, like a melee DPS monk spec. They forgot to remove it, and it's just been in the game forever, so they finally got around to removing it, so congrats, Priests. Priests are going to love this. Look at the mana reduction value you have for these buffs that they always tirelessly have to put up, and they hate doing it. I can tell you that. They really hate doing it. That's like a quarter of the mana. This is huge for them. Wipes won't be as costly. It'll be easier to get back up. And like, you don't want to skip out on stamina at the very least, right? So, good news. Same thing with Fortitude. So that was, yeah, Power, Prayer, Fortitude. Same difference here, right? Prayer, Fortitude, more than halved. Oh no, yeah, more than halved. Divine Spirit, again, more like halved or more than half. Shadow Protection, all good stuff. They have a lot of buffs they have to cast. The mana cost of feedback, I'd forgot that this was a thing. It's been reduced. That's cool. I don't know what it does. I thought that is that the human priest racial? I think it is.
Racial.
Yeah. Okay. Pain Spike no longer requires Shadow Form to learn and can be cast outside of Shadow Form. I don't know how to feel about that. I know Pain Spike is very controversial in the community. Let me see if I can get this up here. By the way, the only update that I've received for priest stuff is you can cast Power Word Shield while in Shadow Form. Like before. This wasn't going to be removed and was left in the calculator as an oversight. Just so if we see that, we can ignore that. Just a reminder. I was double checking the updates. Spell power spelling coefficient has been increased. I didn't know that there was I thought like Power Word Shield was just like, here's a bubble, it's worth this much, enjoy. Apparently there is.
I think that's a change.
It says it's been increased from 10 to 35, so okay. Mana Burn has been removed from the Discipline Tree specialization into Shadow, which is good because I actually always thought it was Shadow, if I'm being honest. Here's the big one. Much like with the weapon racial changes they had, Fear Ward is now baseline. Dwarfs, we'll get to there was a change to Avatar. But everyone can do Fear Ward. You don't just have to play Dwarf Priest to be the best priest. Awesome change. It will allow people to play priest and not have to feel bad that they didn't pick dwarf. You know, not that there's anything wrong with dwarf, but it always felt weird, you know. So they changed some racials, so strap in. They did some wild stuff. The dwarf one is Avatar turns your target to stone, increasing their armor by 25, increasing all resistances by an amount equal to 150% of your level for 15 seconds. I'm going to be real with you guys. This is a 1 minute cooldown. Oh no, it costs 6% of your base mana. On like a resistance fight, you can just give someone, by my math, 90 resistance. That's pretty awesome. It's pretty nice. I could see this having value. Hopefully, there was a change to Avatar as well, I think. I should probably check on that. I think it was at the top. Yeah, it was increased from 1 to 5 minutes, by the way. So we see 1, but it's actually 5. Keep that in mind. Alun's Grace has been removed. But hold on, it gets better. Night Elf Priests can just use bows. and they get an ability called Searing Shot. That's great. The old ability sucked. This is cool. This is flavorful. This is probably... Remember at the beginning we're like all stupid ideas we threw out? I'm like, did you though? Because this one's wild. I like this. Awesome. To reflect the origin of Night Elf Priests in the Priestess of the Moon, we are giving them the ability to wield bows, just like Tyrande Whisperwind did in Warcraft 3. This is rooted in the lore of every Priestess of Elune being a skilled huntress as well. Okay. I'm down. It'd be cool if they made, like, a bow that, like, specifically helped priests, so it would be, like, just for Night Elves. I don't know if that'd be too controversial. It'd be fun. Lightwell, you know that thing that sometimes Holy Priests put down? You click too many times and they yell at you? They're changing this. No longer moved on damage taken, which is crazy that that even happened. You can't re-click it if you have it, and it scales more with spell power, and it can be acquired at level 30. So that's cool. I always want Lightwell to work because it's a cool concept. It just never quite fit, you know. So I'm glad they're much like how they tried to make Tranquility work better. Like this is cool. I like this, and I'm pretty sure they say the same thing here. Get into just discipline. So they talk how discipline doesn't have any.
The base healing reduction is an important class change.
For what?
Go up. They've reduced our base healing. Base healing values for ranks above level 30 and spell power scaling have been reduced.
Oh, I thought that was part of Lightwell.
No.
Oh.
That's an overall change.
Okay. We will touch on this then. The base healing values for ranks above level 30 and power scaling for all ranks have been reduced by 15% for the following spells. Lesser Heal. By the way, you shouldn't be using Lesser Heal. Renew. Heal. Flash Heal. Prayer of Healing. Greater Heal. Desperate Prayer and Lightwell. Is it? Let me. They just gave you guys just a. Oh, I know why they did that.
It's going to be
okay. Yeah.
stuff
Okay.
later,
So right now it seems like a really bad nerf, but we'll get into it. So discipline, they talked about a little bit before. Didn't really have an identity. You just went in there to grab shield stuff and grab power infusion. So instead, they decided to make it like a support DPS spec, utilizing Smite. Now Smite has a base damage values by 10%. They went up. Reduced the mana cost because if you ever did try doing Smite beforehand, you would go really quickly. What the heck is that? Sorry, I got distracted. So Smite's gonna work. Big deal for Holy Fire. Scaling coefficient is at 100%. This is the second time it's been buffed, and they've buffed it again with increased base damage values. And this is because they removed the original Searing Light that scaled the mana cost and power coefficients proportion to its base cast time. This will be on watch, though, right? They say it right here. We'll be keeping a close eye on these. They do the numerous buffs, and we'll make adjustments as needed. So if it sounds too good, it might be. Keep that in mind. One specialization, we touched on this in Arcane. Probably more valuable for priests, especially a disciplined priest, right? Because they still might be prone. But they get hit with their wands, and they have a chance to get mana back. So that's nice. Reduces the chance for enemies to resist holy and disciplined spells by 246. That's kind of crazy. I don't know if that means hit, because I didn't think you could resist holy.
It's hit.
Okay, it is hit? Okay. So the only people that have 6 as part of their talent tree is mages. I think warlocks do for affliction, but this is good. because if Smite's going to be taken seriously, they're going to need to be able to hit with their spells. Cool, glad to see it. Reduces the mana cost of offensive, holy, and discipline spells. Okay. And they have stuff for their power word shield is on the third row. So you still need to go a little deeper into discipline if you still want the improved power word shield. And Searing Light, this is a new talent. Your damaging holy and discipline spell criticals have a chance to cause your next smite spell to be instant cast and cost no mana. Yo, okay. I guess smite's, I mean, that's, I think that's like a TBC thing. Something like this. Smite might be a serious contender. I don't think they're going to be beating out like the mages and the warlocks, but it's legit. Another new talent, Purifying Flames. Holy Fire has a chance to increase your holy damage. This might be nice because otherwise they have to rely on paladins to give them that that aura to increase holy damage. So you still need it, but now you can give some of it yourself. Okay, there. Sorry. Enlighten. This is the support aspect of discipline that they talked about. Bring a party member under your tutelage. Whenever you cast a damaging spell, discipline or holy, you have a chance to burn them for 4% of their total health as holy damage, and increase your and their spell damage and healing by 10% for 8 seconds. If you use it on yourself, the bonus is increased to 15%. You can only have one party member under your tutelage at a time, lasts 30 minutes. So I think this is what's replacing Power Infusion. Very fascinating. Really don't know what to make of this. I like it though. This is way more flavorful than Power Infusion in my mind too. A disciplined priest, like teaching someone how to be disciplined, and like if you do something wrong, like they slap you. Other new talents. Resurgent Shield. When it's broken, you get some of the mana cost refunded. That's great. Reflective Shields are gone, which is kind of a bummer. Just because I know some priests use it for lasher farming. I don't know what they're going to do now. A new talent, Chastise. Okay. This one I read before, and I know I had to reread it. I have to reread it again now. So you do damage to them, and you disorient them for up to 3 seconds. Kind of like a blind, any damage is going to remove that effect. The target is an ally. Okay, so you can target... Okay, you can do this on allies. Their attack and casting speed increases by Z, my favorite number. For 6 seconds. Increased to 8 seconds if the damage critically strikes the... You like bust someone down to like 10% health. Be like, get back out there! Oh, okay. Can't be used on allies with less than 50% health and below level X. This is a really cool take on discipline though. Like this stern, like teacher. I like this. This is cool. Damage values, haste, increased amount, and level limitations. This is for Chastise. Oh, I see. Okay. Maybe you can kill people with... Go around chastising lobies. And Power Fusion's removed. They put other things in there to do the support rather than just one button every 3 minutes? 2 minutes? I don't remember. All right, going into Holy. So remember they had that flat 15%? No, I mean, it says it here in the preamble. It performs well. It's good. In fact, healing as a priest is in a good spot. but there wasn't a lot in its tree to warrant going into it. So many healers just many priests just kind of slipped out and just grabbed power and beaters. And like, holy tree is not that important. So with that 15% nerf, they're like, we're going to do that and then put that into holy. That like, hey, if you want to do that good healing number, you need to spec into holy. That's the design element we're looking at here. This thing's interesting to me though. Holy Nova causing normal threat. We'll get into this later, but Holy Nova has always been weird. It's a damage and a heal, and it never did threat. But keep that in mind for Shadow. New talent, Swift Recovery.
Swift Recovery is a big deal because it can actually change your rotation a bit.
Oh, okay.
Read it.
The amount healed by your healing spells is increased by 3 to 6% if the tart is affected by Renew. Okay. So it looks like the idea here is that you have someone you already are watching with a Renew, and now if you do need to heal them again, you can get more throughput. All right. Improved Prayer of Healing has been removed.
Haxer, what's the change? What is it? Tell us.
Okay, sorry.
Tell us,
Murog's yelling. This is what I get for having a... I'm checking over here right now. I'm checking my notes now because Murog won't leave me alone. He said it's in here? I don't see it.
He said check your notes after. Maybe you got something new.
Oh. There's another draft?
Oh.
Yeah, see? Okay. Well, we'll tantalize them. So there might be another change to champion that we don't know about yet. Just curious about this one. Reservoir of Light increases the amount of charges on your light well. I don't know how many charges it has.
I think 3 or 5 rather. I think it had 5.
Well, you can increase it by another 5.
Yeah. Well, and it won't
That's like
fall
10
off.
charges.
It won't fall off when people take damage, so it might actually be more worth dropping on fights now.
And remember that, again, that early nerf, we see the spiritual healing, the number's been buffed up to bring that further up, right? So you can see what they did here. There's not a lot that's crazy different. Maybe something changes with champion, but yeah, I don't think anything else too crazy here. Healing priests were in a good spot. They just needed a reason to exist, and I think that's what they did. Here for Shadow, they say, we're quite happy with the current design of Shadow and its support capabilities as a Shadow damage enhancer and mana battery via Vampiric Brace, so there won't be any major changes to the specialization aside from some number tuning, nerfs mainly aimed at player combat power, and a talent move from Discipline. I think that undersold it, because I've heard a lot about Shadow Priest, but... Pain Spike, it's been reduced in damage. Blackout's duration's been reduced in duration. Mind Flays, spell power coefficient went up from 45 to 75. That's real big. That's a lot. When you do scaling and coefficients, this means they're going to do a lot more damage. And Mind Blast also went up. So that's kind of a big deal. However, this one I know was controversial. Vampiric Embrace now has a 2-second cast time. Murog, how long was it before?
Instant.
It was an instant cast. In the PvP world, ooh, that's a dense sentence. Excuse me. But for PvE, this is just an annoying thing you'll have to deal with. Reduce the percentage healing increase by half, and reduce the mana granted by half from any shadow spell damage the priest deals. Yeah, let's see what the team had to say. While we love how the supportive aspect of Shadow Priest function, these changes are done to account for the power increase coming with the increase in spell power coefficients, and the fact the original talent wasn't adjusted in power for the new mana generation factor. While this nerf looks big, the damage increase is a direct improvement to the healing factor of Vampiric, while the mana regeneration is less impacted than initially assumed. Okay. This one is the one I was like, huh? I know I've heard it many times that Shadow Priests are like, I want an AoE. I want it. Give me an AoE right now. Well, now they got it. You happy? It doesn't do. It does threat now. Do you think it's gonna be everything they wanted? That's my question. Apparently, doing so will cause self-damage instead of self-healing. I don't know if that's party-wide. I hope it's not. But rejoice, Shadow Priests. I know your Vampiric Embrace mod I got kind of borked, but you do have an AoE now. You can die like all the other mages. Have fun. Let's check to see what chat's saying. I know I have a couple priests in chat. Thank you, Frank, by the way, for also confirming the charge amount. Swoope says, it is mana expensive. Why? Yep. Wait. Yep. Oh, yeah. That's true. It's like, for what it's worth, Arcane Explosion's expensive for mages too. And they usually have more mana. You guys have better regen than us. So, I don't know what to tell you. Zorg Darkness says, Vampiric Embrace 2-second cast is absolutely disgusting change. It is still a curse that can be easily dispelled by druids and mages. This change alone makes me not want to play my favorite class. That's all it took? You know Vampiric Embrace didn't, like, exist like this in vanilla, right?
It healed still.
I know it healed, but...
For PvP, it was still healed.
Yeah, okay. I could see that. I mean, if you're really into PvP as a priest, yeah. But you know what I've heard a lot? I've heard that Shadow Priests are really bad in PvP, so I don't know why they did this. So, I guess Shadow Priest is over. I'm sure you guys will figure it out. But I do agree. 2-second cast is pretty tough to deal with. I mean, even for PvE, that's like tough. Like, that's more than a global cooldown. You know what I mean? So, I don't know exactly why they did it. I don't think that part was really explained well. I'm guessing there's a reason, but the new PII is an indirect nerf to Fire Mage 2 since they can't get it on demand. That's true. Oh no, what will we do? I think it's a flavor win. I love this new tutelage thing where it's like you have some overbearing, like, cruel priest who's just like, you better do the spell right or I'll slap you again. I'm down for that. I'm in it. I'm for it. Yeah, and I understand a 2-second cast on Vampiric Embrace does kind of stink. You have AoE stealth detection now. And your eternal enemy is, as we know, the rogue. So I feel like that might be a win. Rogreg, are you okay? Did Murad cast that too many times and you Yes. Well, I just got back from vacation. So, yeah. SP is OP in PvP, either in vanilla or here. SP. Spell power? I don't know what you're talking about, Frank.
Spell power is OP.
Okay. Shadow Priest. Yeah, okay, yeah. It's so interesting. I know how I love Fire Mages whining about it. Yeah, I know. But Powered Shield with the update being able to be used in Shadow makes it more durable. Wait. Shadow Priests were able to use Powered Shield, right? Because it was a discipline spell.
Yes, it was that they were... It's that they... It had gotten out, people were saying it was going to be removed with class changes.
Oh,
too,
right.
And they wouldn't be able to do it, but then the team said no, that actually wasn't the thing they were going to do.
I got you. I mean, I would agree that Vampiric Embrace is one of the reasons that Shadow Priests were so hardy and hard to kill. I don't think it's like over for Shadow Priests. You guys got plenty in your kit, but yeah, that. I mean, listen. We'll talk about PvP nerfs soon. Don't worry. We're gonna get to Elemental Shaman soon. If priests were the only way fire mages were gonna work, I'd ask to fix fire mages rather than put them back. True. Yeah. We need a bard class fact. Have you ever thought about how fun it is to play a bard class, though? I mean, I could do it, but how did the fire mages get nerfed? I guess their ignite takes 6 seconds, but okay. Any more about priest? Anything I missed? I don't think there is because I'm sitting near Murag, but all right, I'm gonna start changing over here. All right, what is next? Hey, there it is. There it is. I'm excited because I did a lot of work on this. You know what, everyone? According to my math, I've been live for 3 hours. I'm going to take a small break. We got Rogue, Shaman, Warlock, Warrior left. We'll jump back into this. We'll check it out. Just a quick BRB. We're back. We're back. I might have a friend. I might have a friend to show off. He's not going to be happy I pick him up, though. You saying hello to everyone? Okay, I'll put you down. Mandalore says hi, everybody. I think he knows that when he's near the mic, he needs to meow to get put down.
Buddy.
I'm sorry, my cat just doesn't like getting picked up. All right, before we jump into Rogue, I'm going to double check to make sure there's no new updates. Okay. We'll have to jump into that later. Okay, so there it is. All right, I will highlight this. Just bring it up. Sorry about the bad visuals here. That's not. Yeah, I'll just try to highlight things that are relevant to Rogue. So, before we get into all this, here's some stuff that is not reflected in this log, but will be happening. So keep in mind, improved backstab now gives your backstab a 45% chance to award an additional combo point. Oh, I'm gonna like this. I'm gonna like this changelog. Close quarters combat now requires 2 points instead of 5, increasing your chance to get critical strike with daggers, fists, and maces. Great. Hack and slash. This might have been what Lorazi was talking about. Now requires 2 points instead of 5, giving you a 2 to 5 chance to get an extra. All right. To get an extra attack on the same target after dealing damage to your sword. All right. We'll keep these in mind because these won't be in the log, but I love talking rogue stuff. I'm not even that good of a rogue. I just like talking about it, you know? So let's jump in. There weren't a lot of changes done for rogues in our first batch of class changes, except we personally took rogue tanking out behind the barn, gutted it, and then pissed on its corpse. Aside from that, these specializations being combat, assassination, and subtlety. blah, 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 blah. No, really what this preamble is about is combat's good. Assassination and subtlety are kind of weird, don't really have an ID. So we'll look at some of the baseline changes. We mentioned this in Druid a long time ago. Combo points will no longer vanish upon switching targets, but instead reset when applying combo points on a new target. Okay. You love to see that. I'll be cheap-shotting a bunch of rats. Rogues can now wield one-hand axes. We knew it. We loved it. You love to see it. Ghostly Strikes is now baseline. Deep in my soul. Deep in my soul, I want that so bad. It's like, rogue tanking's even easier. Heightened Stances is now baseline, being learned at level 30, but no longer reduces your chance to get hit by attacks. Its stealth detection increase is equal to the fully talented version of the subtlety talent. Okay. So just rogues can detect other stealth targets. Okay. This is a big one. This one here, I want to point this one out. I was really happy about this one. The flat cost of Sinister Strike is reduced from 45 to 40 for energy. It was just like a stupid talent point tax you had to use every time you went into combat. It's like, what if it just costs like 40? Wouldn't that be so funny? Yeah. This is a big deal too. Corrosive poison, and you might not think about it, but poison damage accounts for a large percentage of rogue damage. When you're dealing with an elemental, some undead, it's kind of not perfect. Mechanical constructs, stuff like that, you just don't do poison damage. It's like you're just it's like you have another glancing blow penalty that you didn't even want like put on top of you. So corrosive poison, great. It works on things that poison doesn't work on. You like no notes. Sounds good. And apparently you learn it by the Handbook of Deadly Poison 5 now also teaches rank 2 of corrosive poison. Rogues that already know Deadly Poison 5 will be retroactively taught Corrosive Poison 2. Okay, great. And yeah, as you would expect, it does slightly less damage, but it can hit things that you can't normally hit. This is cool. New ability, Deadly Throw. This is not Devastating Throw. If you remember way back in the beginning, they had a change to thrown weapons to make it such that they don't work as ammunition. They just have durability, like any other regular weapon. This is still a finishing move, like Devastating Throw. But what does this do differently? Well, first off, you need to have a thrown weapon, like equipped. Okay, there it is, sorry. And it does, so it's a finisher, so based on the combo points. So ideally, like if something's running away from you, you use this as a finisher. So what did they say about it? This ability was introduced in the first batch of class changes, but its addition replaced the original surprise attack, which was not documented with a Changelog's first release. So we're including this addition for brevity's sake, and the fact throwing weapons have seen a rework, making this ability much better use without permanently losing your weapon. So it's. I thought the original one was devastating, but I guess this is just the same one. I've used it that much. It's kind of nothing burger. I always thought this one was supposed to do. Yeah, the throw ability I'm thinking of has like an interrupt on it. I guess this one just does damage, which is cool. I guess. That'd be nice to see. All right. This one's kind of hurts. Sprint and evasion cooldown reduced from 4 to 5 minutes. I say that because there's no longer a way to reduce it further. Wound poison's a little bit more effective. This might be good for in PvP, so keep that in mind. Crippling poison, the slow effect has been reduced a little bit more. Everyone who isn't a rogue rejoices at this because there's nothing worse than getting getting kited by a rogue. Rogues, we're like, damn, how are we gonna kite them? The game changes. We'll see what happens now. But those are really important things to keep in mind. Of like all these are really impactful changes. So, Assassination went through a lot of changes. Let me try showing this off. Right, this is no, not this one. We want Rogue. So. Take a look at this. All right, this is assassination as it is right now, and this is. I mean, look how different that is. Like, some things look the same, then bam, wait, what changed? So, I was really excited. I didn't like draft everything for this, but I got to see when it came out. I'm happy, really excited to talk about it. So, the idea behind Assassination Rogues is. Hey, this is your poison rogue. It has a reason to exist. Its purpose is poison and being good at poison. Okay. And everything it does builds off poison. It's a simple concept and it makes sense for assassination. They talk about this right off the bat. Good. Poisons were contending for their spot as a temporary weapon enchant with Wind Fury Totem, with the latter generally being better than poisons. Wind Fury's really good. This has now been solved with the totem becoming an aura instead of a weapon enchant. That's right, rogues. You can have your poison. You can have your Wind Fury. You can have it all. Have it all, why not? I love that. That's great. Sadly, my 15 stacks of cleaning cloths I don't know what to do with, but what are you gonna do about that, I guess? And they talk about poisons are not applicable in all content as some creatures are highly resistant to nature's spell school or outright immune. The addition of the corrosive poison should solve this issue at its core. We've talked a little bit about that. If you, let me just show you, I can show you this real quick. You guys, all right, look at that. This is Old Vigor. All it does is makes your max energy up by 10. That like barely comes up. And they talk about it here. Vigor was really niche, and they made Vigor a lot better. We'll get into that. Remorseless attacks duration increased from 20 to 40 seconds. Great. Ruthlessness. 100% chance on Ruthlessness. All right, I'm loving it so far. Improved Slice and Dice was renamed. This was one that I bugged the team about. I think it was like my idea because I wasn't the only person that noticed it. But Improve Slice and Dice, also buff Flourish. So I'm like, you guys should just rename it so people know it helps Flourish. So there you go. Throwing weapon specializations in Assassination. Don't know why. I think they might have run out of room in combat, but here we are. The interrupt was added during the first batch. See, this is what I'm thinking of. So now if you want to interrupt with a thrown weapon, you need to take this talent in Assassination. These are also a big deal. Needs less points, and these are very effective. I actually use these while doing rogue tanking because there's a threat poison. Seeing these be cheaper and just as effective is great. Kidney shot's gone. Improved kidney shot's gone. However, now we have your rupture ability increases your damage by up to 10%. The buff duration is equal to damage over time, duration regardless of successful application. So their reasoning behind this is that it's an extra combo point dump, which you can do more often with Assassination. And you can use in a situation you have an overflow. Yeah. It's somewhere to do something, but it gets you more damage, so it's fine. Efficient poisons is actually a really nice quality of life thing. It gives you a chance to not burn up a charge. Some just have durations, but some have actual charges, so this is great. And here's the one I was excited. There's these two I'm really excited to talk about, but Vigor is not a capstone full. It's like a just six row. It requires 2 points, and you have either 50 or 100% chance to gain 5 energy when applying a poison to your target. Now remember, you have improved poisons on here too, so you're slapping a lot of poisons on things. Anytime you get energy regen is amazing. This is way better than old Vigor. This is amazing. So that's great. Envenom. Now, this is a finishing move. It increases your poison application chances and effectiveness. So that means this could be a wound poison, right? This could be a slow poison. Do you see what I'm saying, rogues? Do you see what I'm saying? It's not just damage, right? This could work for spell casting speed. Now you're buffing how effective that is. Hello, thank you. Wait, hold on, wait. Effective means that it increases damage. Yep, there it is. Slow amount for crippling poison and healing reduction for wound poison. But does it affect spell casting? Because I don't see that. I see slow for crippling and healing reduction. Team, get back to me. This should be corrected. I don't know. But either way, this is great. And Venom synergizes well. This is a capstone you'd want. You know what I'm saying? This is great. So if you're doing this, you'll probably want to keep track of Slice and Dice. And yes, Rupture. Yeah. You have to keep track of a lot. Let me see here. Did they say anything else about Rupture? No, I guess they didn't. All right. Well, we'll get there. Okay. So, that's your Poison Rogue. Combat. Combat's always been good, but there's some new stuff here. Okay, so Swift Strikes kind of takes the spot of Sinister Strikes. Improve Sinister Strike. Just increase your melee haste. Cool. Good. And Improve Sinister Strike is now baseline. Alright. I don't know why they put that there. It's confusing. Set up Move from Subtlety, 4th row, to Combat 3rd row. I think maybe they do want rogue tanks. This is the ability that when you dodge, there's a chance you get a combo point. It's a very good rogue tank thing. So, I want to be crystal clear about this. Blade Flurry moved from the 5th row to the 3rd row, but no longer grants 20% attack speed baseline. So the cleave portion and the speed portion, they were like this, and now they're like this. Okay, they're separate. But they still named the cleaving part of it Blade Flurry. So new Blade Flurry, easier to get, does the cleave but doesn't do the haste, which is also a really nice part of Blade Flurry. I think we had a note about Mace specialization, right? I could have sworn we did. Hold on, let me check that. Mace? Okay. So, this is just for the stun part of maces, but you don't get the weapon skill. You get the weapon skill somewhere else, okay? So don't freak out. And let's see if we can actually get the... I want to get the actual talent tree up here, because this will be important to comprehend. Is this the right? There's subtlety, assassination. Where's combat? Oh, there's combat. Oh, this is traditional combat. Ah, okay. I just want to check this. Close combat? Is that you? Hello? Okay. So see, this one gives maces. This one gives a mace, and then this one says gives you a % chance to stun your target for 3 seconds after dealing damage with the mace. So you still need a mace for the mace stun effect. Okay? But the weapon skill isn't here. So the PvP strength of this is still in a different spot. Surprise attack. It deals 120% weapon damage, and it's after someone dodges. It's kind of like our overpower, but it gives us a combo point. See, look, they say like heroic strike or raptor strike. Surprise attack intends to make combat feel more active than it was before. Okay, done. Sword specialization. So we do know for a fact swords and axes are going to be the 2 weapon types that can give you a bonus weapon swing. You'll love to see it. We covered that with maces. Aggression. Well, what did they do to aggression? Why do I not remember this? Increases the damage of Sinister Strike, Riposte. I think Riposte is new. And Surprise Attack, of course. Okay. So, just like a little bit of like paper pushing here. Nothing too crazy, but here's where the haste part of your Blade Flurry went. Reduces the cooldown of Blade Flurry. That's nice. Your blade, so let's keep a couple things in mind, remember, because Blade Flurry is the cleave part. This is Blade Rush. And increases your attack speed by 5 to 10% for the duration. Okay. But if you go deep into combat, because it was, 60 seconds. And if we look over here, Blade Flurry. Do they even say what happened to Blade Flurry here? Hold on. So Blade Flurry lasts 15 seconds. I don't know if the cooldown changed, but the good news is it gets shortened. I'm assuming it's a shorter cooldown. I think the idea was to have it so that rogues could do twice as much cleaving, but like maybe it's not as effective as before, because it like a lot of it got halved in order to make it more available. Because if you can cleave twice as much, even if it doesn't hit as hard, that's more opportunities to do multi-target, and for rogues that's a big deal. I think that was the idea behind it. But yeah, Dominic, exactly. It's less attack speed, but the idea is you do it twice as much. So it's the same, but probably better in the end. So let's talk subtlety. Subtlety they went ham on. Subtlety, you can hear what they said. We consider abilities that would solve this, such as Shadow Dance, but after lengthy talks, they were lengthy talks. Concluded that Rogue did not need another flavor of dealing damage, and that we've gone ahead with quite a different approach, a specialization that focuses on supporting their allies. My joke has been, after so long, rogues finally became the one thing they love the most. They became a totem. Think about it. So subtlety still has some of its stuff, but now it, in addition, does a lot of party and buffing and utility things, which is a little bit in the flavor of subtlety. So it's to be like a jack of all trades, kind of a tinkerer almost, not like a tinkerer class, but also I love the ambush is just bad. I don't think they made it better, but I love that you refund some of the energy if you don't crit. Considering there's so much you do to make it crit all the time, I really appreciate that. I want to take a look at this right here, just to see how different it is. You guys can't see all of that, but it is different. So now we know Ghostly Strike's, trying to see if there's anything else here. I need to, Set of Hands removed, Master Reception, got Merchant of Camouflage. Okay. If you've done anything in Subtlety, you know there's like a lot of points at the beginning that are just kind of like, I gotta take them because I want to get the good stuff. So they spread some of that out, which actually I feel like felt a little better. If you want the good Ghostly Strike, because normal Ghostly Strike just increases your chance to dodge. This will increase your party member's chance to dodge by 3% for 7 seconds. That's great. We've already seen tease about this. Smoke Bomb. We see the full language here. All targets inside the smoke bomb have a 20% reduced chance to be hit by attacks and spells for the duration. It's a 5-minute cooldown. That's pretty cool. It's probably like, listen, you have to remember for rogues, the only utility they could add is I can take care of a trap and sometimes put IEA up if you ask. That's all we had. This is like all new. We can help people with dodging. We can put a smoke bomb on that helps the tanks or anyone else taking damage, or maybe in PvP that'd be great. Hemorrhage was moved to the 3rd row, which is cool. Grants 2% increased physical damage dealt of a flat value of charges from 30 to 50. Energy cost increased from 30 to 45. You might be freaking out about that if you like hemo usage, but there's a thing later further down that reduces it, so don't freak out too much. The problem with Hemorrhage is you usually have enough melee that, like, oh, Hemorrhage buff's gone because getting 30 hits doesn't take long. Getting 50 will take a tiny bit longer, like another half second, but this is good because if you're trying to buff, Hemorrhage is a way to help. Making more charges available is good, and that will help everyone. Irritating Agent's kind of cool. Think of it like, almost like Scorpion Sting, like would reduce the damage dealt by the target of it. So, but you have to deliver it through blind. So if you've done PvE a lot, you know that you almost never use blind except in like an emergency CC situation. Kind of like how you can't freeze anything in a raid, like a boss in a raid as a mage, but now you have the flash freeze talent. Well, this is sort of like, you can't blind a boss, but you can put Irritating Agent in there, which means he'll do less damage to the tank. So again, this is another cool buffing thing that rogues can do. And Blinding Haze, they actually did something with Distract. I loved it. I wish they wouldn't do the thing where they were diverse directions, but I can't get that one through, guys. I don't know if they just don't know how to do it, but targets hit by your Distract have a chance to have their chance to hit reduced by 6 seconds. This effect is guaranteed to be applied. So my reading of this is, yeah, because bosses can't be some things can't be distracted. They're just immune. So this will go on, much like with the blind and irritating agent. All right. Heightened senses. I think we covered that. Dust of disappearance. 5th row. So this is a pretty big deal. You throw a pouch of vanishing powder at a friendly player, reducing their threat by 20% and reducing the chance for enemies to detect their presence for 5 seconds. Wow. So this is like a baby mind soothe and a threat drop for someone else. I mean, you know, you should just have a macro for an enhancement shaman and just do it every single, like, on pull. Just do it, like, wait like 1 second, then do it, and then when the effect is canceled or expires, their next damaging spell or bid will deal 15% more damage. Okay. I still see this as an absolute win. And it does cost 1 flash powder. I think that's the kind you can buy in vendor, so it's not a big deal. We have Bloody Mess. This is the one that makes hemorrhage back to normal cost and increases the physical damage dealt by your hemorrhage by more. So if you are going to be a hemo rogue, you need this one. Honor Among Thieves. This one I really like. Physical critical hits by party members within 20 yards grants you 2 to 5 energy based on how many points you put in. This effect can only trigger once every 2 seconds. Do you know how often, like, melee, like, even shamans hit all the time? Someone's gonna crit. I'm not gonna say it's like a constant thing, but it's gonna be close to constant that you're gonna be getting a bonus 5 energy. Just like with the poison proc over on off of Vigor. This is sort of that version of that. Lorazia, no. Even if it does affect everyone. And then it's just a skill issue. New talent. Trick of the Trade. Your opening and finishing moves have a percentage chance per combo point to increase your party's chance to critically strike by 2% for 10 seconds. Opening and finishing moves. I mean, you know you only get to do 1 opener, right? Unless you do a vanish and another opener. But also your finishing moves? And you can stack it up to 2 times? Alright. This effect cannot be stacked by separate rogues and just refreshes the duration. Okay. So maybe you just have one, but it's still, like, this is so great for rogues who just want to do support stuff. You've just been locked to IEA. Now you can do so much more. This one's hard though, right? We should talk about it. For those that don't know, yeah, I should probably get up another window because I know there's going to be plenty of people that don't know. Premeditation. Oh wait, no. Oh my god. I thought this was prep. I got my P words messed up. Okay, not a big deal. False alarm. I'm like, oh man, how could they do that? I was dooming this whole time. I just realized I don't know how to spell words. Okay, we're good. Premeditation just did adds 2 combo points to a target. It's decent, but it's not like as important as prep. So, yeah. Great stuff. I would say Rogues is one of the most... Rogue had 2 trees that were, like, heavily changed. This is why every time people ask me about Rogue changes, I'm like, there's a lot. I don't think any class got changed quite this much. I'm trying to think. Maybe Shaman? No, Rogues, really. All right, if anyone has any questions, comments, concerns, let me know. We're talking about Rogues. I see Juam's 52 says Dust of Disappearance is the only utility talent who could become good, but they need to remove the energy cost. Okay. I mean, there's energy generating effects from getting crits. We don't even know where energy is going to be sitting. But you might be right. What on earth are you going on about? It's going to be full utility rogue, so many insane things. Yeah, like, I agree. Fury Warriors are Rogue's new best friend. Exactly. We need to unite the yellow and brown names. This rivalry we've had too long has been hurting us. Bribing rogues to subtlety. See, now that's what a real subtlety rogue would do. We can even RP, be like, hey man, do you feel like doing subtlety today? And be like, how much gold you got? No, Haxer. That's not why there was no room for rogue tankings, because there was not enough bravery. I've said it before, and I'll repeat it here. If no rogue tanking happening is what it took to get these really cool subtlety and assassination specs going, all right. They've been waiting longer than rogue tanking has, you know what I mean? If a couple people enjoy those specs, it'll be fine. Smoke Bomb is going to make it impossible to hit both bosses and players, so it's not as good as it seems. How do you know how Smoke Bomb works? Everyone seems to know how Smoke Bomb works. I don't know. I've never seen it used. Create a cloud of thick smoke in an 8-yard radius around you for 8 seconds. All targets inside the smoke have a 20% reduced chance to be hit. So we don't know if the cloud stays, if the cloud moves with you. We don't know if it's going to be able to be seen through, if it's going to act colloid, like it's going to stop your camera or something. We don't even know how that works. It could be an instant particle effect and it's gone. I think those questions got to be answered first before we start saying, like, Smoke Bomb's not going to do anything. It's like, it might require, like, a disciplined rogue to, like, know how to position. And it's not that hard. You can go into bigwigs. You can set up a macro thing, not a macro, but like a rangefinder. You can just do it to your tank. Make sure the tank is the only person, or is at least at the edge of your range, and then just do it. It's not tough. Subtlety is going to be valuable in PvE now. Love the concept of a support subclass. Yeah. The thing is Rogue had space for it. Because the other 2 trees were... I mean, combat's great, but the other 2 trees are very limited in what they could do. I kind of doubt it would affect allies, right? Well, I mean, what does it say? Creates a cloud of thick smoke and AR rays for 8 seconds. All targets is weird. But inside the smoke have a 20% reduced chance to be hit by attacks and spells for duration. So it could just be like an AoE effect? I don't know. Like, also think about its applications in PvP. The reason I say that is, let's say you're a rogue and you get ganged up on. Smoke Bomb, now I'm harder to hit. Yeah, I can't hit you, but I'm trying to run away. Okay. There's more to this, I think, and we're going to need to test it to really find out how well it works. And then if it doesn't work well, we tell the team. Or they'll already know. Oh yeah, So the thing is like not everything here has to be for PvE either. I think there's value on this, and I don't know if it's going to be like a debuff that stays on you, or if it's like an emanation. There's just not enough known to really for me to want to know. Say, I like the concept. I think there's something out there for it, and it can be adjusted too. Well, yeah, Ploxam, what you're talking about is pretty much, what is that, like Cloak of Shadows? That, like, lets you use, openers and stuff. You know, Riddle, that's actually a good idea. I'll use Smoke Bomb on Veil Straws. If Smoke Bomb doesn't affect you, it'd be hilarious. You could screw over all the other melee. Guys, I'm gonna pump today. Oh, why are you playing Subtlety? I'm gonna pop Smoke Bomb. They won't see it coming. Yeah, and the other thing too is that, like, I'm okay if something... remember, original Subtlety was like here, okay? A lot of this other stuff's way higher, and if, like, Smoke Bomb's here, it's like, okay, well, then it's just gonna have a couple use cases. More points to put somewhere else, that's what I say. I think the hemorrhage stuff's gonna be pretty cool too. You won't be able to spam Sinister Strike now, that's for sure. Well, it's gonna cost, I mean, you shouldn't be able to anyway, but I think either one of these might do well for daggers because they have energy regen. I don't know how good Vigor or the Honor Among Thieves is gonna be. What, this cup quiz? Where did I get this cup? It's awarded to the #1 news anchor for Turtle WoW. Let's just say, no, I'll save it. I'll save it to the end. Some of you have been here the whole time and you're crazy, but we're getting there. We're past the halfway point.
Do you want some Scooby snacks to help you keep up your news energy?
Murg just fed me some baked tofu with garlic. It's very good. All right. You should make one yourself, then. I can't say where I got this. All right, let's press on. Any other comments about rogues before we go on? Let me know. I don't have answers, but I have opinions. Oh, what is next, actually? Oh, boy. I'll be whipping through this one. I'm not going to whip through it. I'm going to say that. Here's the problem. If I do know the class, I'm going to talk more. If I don't, I'm like, I don't know, paladins. Anyway. I swear, I'm doing my best, though. His name is Dan. You're going to create your own news. Listen, if you can surpass me, by all means. Just don't be an orc. That way I can still be the #1 news orc. So, this is another class I was involved with for class council. I was not involved for enhancement. I still barely understand enhancement. I messaged multiple people. I got the Shaman tank god himself, Shock Warden, to give me some pointers about understanding the changes for Shaman tanking too. So this will be interesting. Let's get into it. Now, I'm surprised to actually see Shaman on the list. I thought the Turtle team might forget we exist again, but this time they didn't. This time they didn't. Class change 1, they did. This time they didn't. No. Not 2 times in a row. That's not fully fair. We did get a water shield, but Bloodless was a pox.
I had two-handed weapons without having to spec into it.
Shh, 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 shh. I'm trying to make the turtle team feel guilty for their horrid hatred. Haxer, if you use Thunderhead as a good example, that is wild. That shows me exactly how much you... Okay, hold on. I gotta focus.
Sure, Shock Warden's no pressure, but Shock Warden is watching.
Okay.
And he's gonna be fact-checking you.
Oh, good. I'm glad I have a fact checker, actually. I would rather be called out and be wrong so I can get the accurate information out than anything else. So, they had a preamble talking about how Shaman's like the best class in the game. We understood. And they're trying to nerf us constantly, obviously. But they can't, because we're too good. Many of the changes you read about further below aim to introduce quality of life changes to the class, both during leveling and in its gameplay at level 60. That's true. In the preamble, they talk about mana struggles, enhancement having like a goal, and some scaling issues and healing issues, but let's see what they did. I'm sure if you're even vaguely raid, you probably heard about this. Wind 3 went through a major change. The totem effect is an aura, not an imbue. What is an imbue and an aura, you might ask? An aura is like all around you. You can't really touch it. And that's also what Grace of Air is. Okay? A weapon imbue. This is my weapon. It's in this, okay? That's what an imbue is. So it went from here to all around you. That's what you need to know. That means no more twisting, okay? Because you either have one aura, which is Wind Fury, or Grace of Air, which is another aura, okay? So we got that. Keep that in mind. Fortunately, because it's not an imbue, that means rogues can have poisons, warriors can have stones on, druids can get bent. Or wait a second, do they? Wait. So I think a druid told me. Yeah, I think druids do actually benefit from Wind Fury. But anyway, you can have stuff on your weapons. It's cool. The totem only has one rank. The totem no longer grants attack power, which we'll get into later, but there's a good reason for that. The effect now has an internal cooldown of 1.5 seconds instead of 1 second. If you were hitting it once every second anyway, you were either cheating or super lucky. I don't know. Shaman Imbue takes priority over the totem, meaning the totem does not affect the shaman while any of their imbues is active. So let's say Shaman has a Wind Fury aura, right? He can have it out here, but he's like, I'm going to ignore that, and I'm going to put, Earth Bite. Why do I call it Earth Bite? It's not Rock Biter. So that one will take precedent, not the Wind Fury. So also keep that in mind. Flame Tongue Totem is also now an aura. It doesn't scale with spell power, but let's be honest, it didn't really scale with spell power before anyway. It did, but like barely, so you didn't lose much. And it can stack with Wind Fury. So now you can have a fire aura, which is oh look, oh no, it's Flame Tongue Totem. Oh, and Wind Fury. This is crazy. It doesn't do as much damage now, but it's decent. And same story with the imbues taking priority. Extra damage granted by the sim can no longer trigger on-hit effects. It's mostly for the paladins doing their weird stuff they used to do. Here they are talking about how superior shamans are, and how difficult it is to balance around Wind Fury, which it really is. I actually feel for them. Totemic Slam. If you are like me and played a Tauren Shaman, this is tough. Because you had Spirit Link, now you don't. It's okay. Resto has Spirit Link. It's in better hands. Now all Shamans can use it. But now you get a Slam Racial. It's pretty cool because it concusses your target. and reduces their attack and casting speed. Like, I could see some PvP uses for this, but I play an elemental shaman, so like I was like, oh, guess I'm not using this. Weapon imbue. Oh, before I go further, I gotta check the. Remember, I have the bonus changelog notes. I didn't want to forget some of these. Okay, there was only one for this. It looks like. And it lightning shield, now guaranteed to land, and this also affects the empowered version of triggered by lightning strike. I don't fully know what that means. Maybe we'll see what it means, but that's what the note says. Okay, all right. I was just double checking before we got any further. Okay, imbues lasting an hour is huge. If you played Shaman, even like a little bit, and you have an imbue, you know how annoying it is to remember every 5 minutes to recast it? This is great. Quality of life, it's good. Spirit Wolves no longer scale with attack power. This kind of hurts for Orc Shaman who use it. It was probably your best. It was probably the best DPS one we had. Now it's gone. Rest in pepperonis. Oh, wait, no, there is another one. Earthshaker Slam. I thought I saw that in the note. No. Okay, nope, never mind. It was a different slam. So, Earthshaker Slam. Slams your target with your shield, taunting it. Shamans get a taunt, everybody. A real taunt. They're a real tank now. They're not whatever Shock Warden does. I don't even think I fully understand what Shock Warden does, but he does it. But now they have a real taunt. That means you can do 4 horsemen? I don't know why you wanted it so bad, but now you got it. We'll go into other stuff later when we get there, but they have some mitigation stuff coming. Earth Shield has new ranks and can acquired at lower levels. This is nice because some of the shields you can only get at like 60, and so you didn't really level up and learn how to use them. The spellcast pushback reduction is the same for all being 30%. I don't like Earth Shield, but it's here. There's going to be other stuff with it later, though. Water Shield, same story. So remember the current version is the max rank, so they're just filling in the lower levels. So if you're leveling up, you'll see this earlier. Okay. This one confused me. I know Haxer saw me like very confused about this. Now, Chain Heal's baseline cast duration has been increased from 2.5 to 3 seconds. This does not mean the spell coefficient changed. Okay? Even though that's always how spell coefficients work. We'll get into it later, but just remember that. Totemic Recall is available at lower levels. That's good. You need to teach your shaman early and often how to recall their totems before they pull something they shouldn't. I'm glad they get it earlier. And the restored mana is displayed in the combat log. Is that necessary? Okay. Wind Fury's weapon cooldown between procs increased from 3 seconds to 6 seconds, and its proc chances were reduced from 20 to 15. I'm confused about this one. Cooldown between procs increased from 3 to 6 and is okay.
Oh, it won't proc as much.
It won't proc. I know, but I thought they said something else for the other Wind Fury, right? I'm not crazy. Oh, maybe that's for the imbue. Yeah, it is. The effect now has an internal cooldown of 1.5 seconds, but this one doesn't have attack power. And keep in mind that the weapon imbue version doesn't give 1 weapon bonus hit, it gives 2. So maybe that's what's going on here. Let's see what they wrote.
It's a nerf to Wind Fury weapon.
So according to their testing, enhancement was breaking all of their testing because it was too strong. With the specialization rotation, it also completely outshined every other performance tool in Shaman's toolkit, often making up for 2/3 of the damage dealt in each of the spec. Okay, so maybe that's why they nerfed it. It's a shame, because that's the most fun thing in Shaman. Yeah, we'll see, Ploxin. We'll see about that. All right, so it looks like the reason they did this is because their internal testing said it was too strong, which could be. I don't know. I wasn't there. We'll get to my personal favorite for Shaman, because this is what I main. I did a lot of work here, and one of the things that I suggested is actually made onto the tree. And wait till the end to, like, hang me, all right? They said they were satisfied where the damage was. I heard that many times. I disagreed. I thought they should be better than mages, but they disagreed, so, you know. But, of course, the problems, like I always brought up, was that, yeah, our mana sustain really, really sucks. And it would be nice to use a shock or have a reason to. So, we might. Elemental Devastation now increases your chance to hit with melee attacks and spells, and your melee critical strikes increase your chance to hit with spells by an additional 369%. This is mostly for enhancement, because no, sorry. Excuse me. I have this mistaken. No, this one is just good. This is just good. Because this is 3-hit. This is 3-hit we didn't have to go deep in resto to get. So as an elemental, this is good. And it helps both enhancement and elemental. So that's why it's important. Right here it says it's a hybrid talent. It's on second row for a reason, right? It's in order to make it accessible to more than one spec. Elemental Focus. If you played Elemental, you know how massive this is. Your clear casting will not give you a 40%, but a 60%. Remember, that happens twice. So you cast a lightning bolt, you crit, you get clear casting. That means you're going to get a 60% reduction on a chain lightning and a 60% reduction on probably another lightning bolt or something else. I don't know, but it's good savings rather than 40. So yeah. Call of Flame now also increases your fire damage by 15%. So, Call of Flame didn't always used to do that. Might be a good time just to touch base with what it does. Nope, I always do this. Oh, I see the difference. Okay. Sorry. So, Call of Flame helps your fire shock in addition to your fire totems. That's what's important to remember here. Which is good. That encourages you to use fire shock. That's something that they've wanted to encourage, to like not just be a 2 spell rotation. That's nice. This one is really cute. I don't think it's going to be super impactful, but it's nice. So whatever you attack with fire shock, your searing totem will target. Not like the biggest change, but it actually can help in some situations because let's say you're fighting something like a boss and he has like 3 dudes next to him, but you want your searing totem to hit the boss. Your little thing could like just decide to shoot something else that you don't want it to shoot. Or let's say you're in PvP and you do have a searing totem out. Normally, searing totems, they just target whatever they want. But if you put a fire shock on someone, let's say it was someone you're chasing them down, right? And your searing totem is going to ignore something that's right next to it and go on the guy that you hit with fire shock. So there is other uses for it. I think this is cool. I like it. It also gives extra utility to fire shock, so I'm down. Okay. Elemental Fury has been replaced by Electrify. Electrify is the one that I posited. Full disclosure, I thought like the rest of the crit effects would just be somewhere else. My idea behind Electrify was to have Spike Threat and zero interaction PvP not be as much of an issue. Because hitting a button and then just blowing up a guy that has no counterplay is not great in PvP. I'm sorry. It's not great. Shaman's...
I have a note from Shockwarden. He says, Prophet Scarab and KT are good raid fights where a focused searing totem is meaningful because they won't break CC'd mind controlled players.
I'll mention that then. Thank you. I never thought of that. Man, Shockwarden's so smart. Sorry. So the idea behind Electrify was that... yeah. So the idea is you... your spells and effects have a critical bonus. I can show it to you here. Elemental Fury increased... Hold on. Down a little bit. Oh, you can't see it. You can just barely see it. Increases critical strike damage bonus. Bonus, not damage. It's damage for your crit bonus. Searing, Magma, Fire, Nova, and on Fire, Frost, and Nature spells by 100%. Now, the idea is that 100% needs 5 charges of Electrify to get the full. So it's 20, 20, 5 times. Also to be noted is that popping Elemental Mastery doesn't just give you a free crit, it also gives you 2 stacks of Electrify. Again, the idea behind it is to make super mega ultra burst damage not so polarizing in PvP. And if you're in PvE, when you crit with an opening Chain Lightning, it's not going to have the full value of Chain Lightning. So you're not going to get Snap Threat on you if a warrior misses their taunt. So that's really what that addressed. We'll get into it more with Elemental, but it says right here, 2 stacks from Electrify with Elemental Mastery. We'll start with Enhancement, because that's the one that's first. They talk about how much of a mess Enhancement is. I agree with that assessment. I observed those talks, and I had nothing to put in because I don't understand Enhancement, but I know they care. The people that like Enhancement care a lot about it. Interestingly enough, something to keep an eye on here. Rank 7 of Earthshock and 4 of Frostshock now scale with your attack power, increasing damage by an amount equal to 10% of your attack power. Okay, that could be good. I don't know why they wrote that. I don't know if that's going to be in a tooltip. I certainly hope it is. And the base damage values have been reduced by 25 to the base attack power values, meaning these ranks should do the same damage as before if you do not have anything increasing your attack power. The spell description of these ranks... Okay, alright. Fair enough. Wait a second. It also scales with attack power? Increasing additional damage by an equal amount of 6%. Okay. So they reduced some of the damage from the shocks, but then built them up in other ways. Because you remember the fire talent in Elemental is going to make Fire Shock stronger. So Frost and Earth Shock are going to have ways to be built stronger in Enhancement. I think that's the idea here. This, by the way, this is a great little quality of life thing. You don't think about it much, but your shocks should make you auto attack. They don't, but they should, and now they do. Nothing much to talk to about here. It's like a baby king's that you give yourself, but I don't think it's as big because I don't think it's based off your geared stats. It's just based off your base, but nice nevertheless. Yeah, see, do not scale with any of your gear. They're only, yeah, okay. This is already pretty big because we're talking that they have some level of tanking options now. The amount of damage blocked is increased from, it's essentially a 5% increase, roughly. All right. Guardian Totems was merged into Enhancing Totems. That's to save space in the tree. We've seen Totemic Alignment teased before. The threat that your totems generate goes to you.
You skipped Rockbiter.
I didn't skip Rockbiter. Rockbiter don't... Oh, I did. Hold on. All right, let's check it
It's
out.
a message from Shock Warden.
Rockbiter weapon now increases all... Okay, yeah, that was worth the message, Shock. This just gives you 30% more threat. That good. That real good. You probably don't want to use that if you're DPS though, as you will kill yourself. The 2 changes above allow both damage, dealing, and enhancer to include this spell in the rotation while not diminishing their tanking potential when needed. Huh? What are you talking about? Do you want that much threat? Where are we? We were on... Right. So Totem...
That's a very impactful change.
Yeah, I absolutely think that. Because, again, scaling is power. And when you see percentages, you know that's a big deal. 30% more threat's going to be awesome. Not that necessarily Shamans always struggled with threat, but I think they struggle with sustained threat, I think is their issue. If I remember some of my conversations with Shock. All right, Totemic Alignment, we covered that. By the way, low-key, I think this is kind of gone under the radar, but if you've seen the damage from a Fire Nova or a Magma Totem, this is a decent amount of damage. And if you take this talent, it's not going to be like as good as like a Consecrate maybe? I don't know, but this means Shaman can do some AoE stuff, maybe. Something to keep in mind. Improved Lightning Shield. I don't have any notes on that personally. But Lightning Strike, that's the so if anyone remembers Enhancement Shaman from like, I don't know, 3 months ago, there was a trick with Storm Strike where you could have, there was two ranks of it, and for some reason they didn't share cooldowns, so you just had 2 Storm Strikes. And the joke is that they stopped that, and the joke is they just gave us another Storm Strike, but this isn't Storm Strike. This is different, but that was the joke when we first saw it. We're like, oh, you gave us the Storm Strike back. So this is the third row capstone. Instantly strikes your target, causing 60 physical weapon damage and 20% weapon damage as nature damage. Little concerned about that, but
The cat opened the shades again.
I know he did. So the only reason I'm concerned about that is anytime I see weapon damage and spell damage happening at the same time, I think of like Holy Strike stuff, and I'm like, I don't know if we want that, but we'll see what happens. It also triggers an empowered version of your active shield. Now that actually can be really big for tanking. So you use that, you get something back for your shield. If it's like a lightning shield, that's great because you're doing more damage. Or if you need mana, that might pop out another little water orb for you to get more mana from, because this, again, could still have mana issues. Empowered means that the shields expended by Lightning Strike benefit from your attack power. The amount of scaling is as follows. I don't think I fully understand this, but you know what? I'm happy for Enhancement Shaman. Whatever they're doing, I'm happy. Okay. Empowered means that the shield expended by Lightning Strike. So the strike triggers an empowered version of your active shield. It consumes a charge. It doesn't give you a charge. I see. Okay. I get what's going on here. You're probably going to want attack power. So, okay. That's neat. Calming Winds. A actual threat reduction talent. I should have kept my mouth closed about Electrify. I didn't know they were doing this. It might be a little deep to get, though. Let me double check. Oh, this is not the right one. Take a look at enhancement. I'm still looking over. Oh, I broke that. Okay, yeah, it should be here. How is it not here? All right, stable shields. Now I forgot what I was looking for. Oh, Calming Winds. Oh, that only reduces threat from your physical. Okay. Alright, so Elemental couldn't use it. They were already onto my game. Oh well. But that's cool, because that definitely was an issue also for Elemental. Enhancement, rather. Spirit Armor reduction in cost is great. Ancestral Guardian here. Now grants 15 increased armor value from items instead of 10. It's kind of like a baby version of the bear armor contribution thing. And change to dodge increased from 5 to 6. It's small, but any bit helps when you need mitigation for a shaman. I'm glad that they moved enhancement deeper into the tree. Making an enhancement shaman an enhancement shaman is great. This is where it does more effect. I can't remember the original numbers. But what's important to note here, because the Strength of Earth and Grace of Air totem, maybe the numbers got changed there, but it reduces the cooldown of your grounding totem, which that must be because it got baked in from another thing. Your Stone Skin totem's damage reduction is increased by up to 30%, and additionally, it increases block amount by 30%. So enhancing totem's definitely going to be very important for Shaman tanks, because you want to be blocking and blocking well. Here's Storm Strike. They reduce the mana cost, which is good. Cooldown's reduced, which is also really good. And now grants a buff that increases the damage of your next two sources of nature damage that you deal. Because before, I would steal Storm Strike to make my elemental damage better. So, I'm glad you guys got it. And now it's yours. Only yours. Additionally, you need a weapon equipped to use as... Oh, okay. Fair enough. I get it. Riddle, can I have it? Can I be allowed to steal everyone's Storm Strike buff? It does 20% chase, yeah. This change to nature damage functionality allows enhancement to not lose their damage potential to other classes' abilities and nature damage dealer by weaker effects. Hey, whoa. Mine was not a weaker effect. I still felt bad for Enhancement Shaman when I stole it, though. Alright. Elemental weapons. Used to be really bad. Did they make it better? Increases damage on your fire totems and spells. This could really help if you're like doing AoE threat. Also just damage. Rockbiter straight up gives you damage reduction. I like seeing that. Shaman Tankin's looking good. Frostbrand increased the chance to proc the effect and become guaranteed to critically hit if the target is afflicted with Frost Shock. Interesting interplay there. PvP contender for sure. If one of your bonus attacks on Wind Fury weapon doesn't land, your attacks... So it has to be one of your attacks, one of your bonus attacks. It can't be your normal. If your bonus attack misses, then you get a 30% melee haste for your next strike. Oh, that's kind of cool. They have some notes here about what they were thinking about with the weapon effects. Weapon mastery now affects melee skill too. Huh? Oh, like fists? This change allows the 6 attempt to feel much buffing the damage is. Alright, let me check. Increases the damage you dealt with all weapons. Storm strike. Oh, I see. Okay, I see what they mean. So it's not just weapons, it's also your strikes. Bloodlust now only has 1 rank and grants 15 melee, and casting speed can only be cast on yourself. Freedom enhancement shamans. It's your buff. It's for you. Duration increased from 20 to 30, and while under its effect, your melee crits hits increase melee range and spellcasting speeds of all party members. So this is really doubling down on what makes enhancement shaman, right? They're about making their compatriots stronger, and this, look at that. Even their best ability, Bloodlust, still drags the warriors with them. You love to see it. But there was enough damage mitigation stuff there that I saw that, maybe normal people can do dungeon tanking more readily, even at higher levels, and Shock Warden can do, Grim Batol. We'll see what happens. On to Restoration. Restoration, I understand. We don't have to muddle through it so badly. First off, Mana Tide Totem's dead, guys. Poor one out. I miss it. I miss it already. What do I want to talk about here? Merge into the revamped Elemental Devastation. Huh? Oh, right. So this used to be the hit one in Resto. Now it's not here, but it's merged, I guess. Okay. Now it requires 2 points instead of 3. Healing focus, it's nice. Now remember, we're dealing with a chain heal that takes longer to cast. It's kind of a shame. I wish Mana Spring did better, but instead they just made it cheaper. That's okay. Improved Water Shield. This is important. This is usually the shield you use unless you have the 8 set tier 3 as Shaman, in which you actually use Lightning Shield because it gives you 15 MP5. But this is going to allow some of your mana regeneration to continue while casting. If you're a Shaman, that probably isn't going to move the needle for you much, because everything you have is MP5. You don't have any spirit. But all your mana regeneration's already going on all the time anyway, is what I'm trying to say. You don't have spirit to take advantage of this. If you look at every single piece of tier 3, I think one of them has spirit. But that might get Shamans interested in other gear, which might be nice. But for current Shamans, you'll kind of be confused on that one. Yeah, Hector, I know I have base spirit. It always feels weird that all the tier gear for Shaman, the spiritual leaders for the Horde, don't have spirit on them. I don't know. Listen, you didn't make it. I didn't either. And yeah, you have base spirit in Zanza. We'll be fine. We need a decurse totem. Nah, we can't do that. It's illegal. We remove too many things. All classes can only have so many things they can remove. We can't remove more. That's breaking the law. All right. This gets into some of the mana stuff. I want to slow down a little bit here. Make sure I got it right. All right. Tidal Surge. When you heal a target affected by Healing Way effect, gain a stack of Tidal Surge. Tidal Surge gives you a chance for your next healing spell to refund 10% of the base mana cost. We like refunds, that's great. Stacks up to 3 times, and stacks are consumed, the effect is triggered. Okay. We also have Undertow. Your Healing Wave and Lesser Healing Wave spells have a chance to restore a charge of your active Water Shield. When at maximum charges, this is important, this effect consumes a charge instead. A Water Shield is great. And sometimes, I mean, I literally been guilty of this, where it's like, for whatever reason, I'm really hurting on mana. Even in Raid, I'll go close to get hit by a cleave just to pop my mana shield. Now I don't have to do that. I can just keep doing what I'm supposed to be doing. So this is going to be really good mana sustain. It really matters for lower geared shamans especially. When you start getting better gear, you do a little better. So maybe you can put your points into something else. We'll see. But Purification's removed. Don't even remember what Purification did. That's how impactful it is. Here is the thing that makes... Right. So this takes your newly made 3-second cast Chain Heal into a 2-second cast. Full stop. Remember, Shaman tier 2.5 5 set will no longer give you a casting speed reduction on Chain Heal. So that's over. This is the only way you can get a quick Chain Heal. Okay? That's important to know. And finally, because the dev team is evil and hates Tauren, they stole Spirit Link from them and gave it to all Shaman. But the Tauren were happy with that, because Taurens are friendly and willing to share. Still works like before, roughly. You link your target ally and their 2 closest allies within 15 yards together. It's a little bit different. When linked targets take damage, 30% is distributed among other linked allies. Last 30 seconds. They changed the wording a little bit, so I don't know exactly if it's going to work just as before. But here's what matters. That looks like 30% damage mitigation. That's good. If you're a healer, you're hoping your targets take less damage. And even if it gets distributed, your Chain Heal will gladly go to them. So this is good. 6-minute cooldown, 15-yard range. That's way better than what it is right now. In the dev comment, they talk about how awesome and based Tauren shamans are. That's all. And how they were intellectually bereft and stole stuff from Shaman. Just gave it to from Tauren and gave it to all the Shaman. All right. Let me look through chat. Does anyone have anything to say about Shaman? Shock, how'd I do? What was that earlier comment that he had for me? You had that up. Oh, right. Something that I did not consider for Fire Shock is that your totem can keep track of things and not hit mind-controlled targets. So this would be useful on Searing Totem. Sorry, but Fire Shock can direct your Searing Totem to keep attacking KT, even if there's a mind-controlled target out. See? There actually are reasons for it. There's bosses, Shock point out, Scarum and KT, but I'm thinking of other, Nefarian, it could be useful in, because people get mind-controlled there. Let's see. I have Rakataz saying, "Oh my god, Ellie is toast." In what world is elemental toast? We have better mana sustain, which was the biggest thing really holding us back. And we're less spiky in PvP. Something that we were the king of. And now we're not. We're not the biggest king. we're still really good. Also, you can pop Elemental Devastation for 40. If you do it, this, by the way, the buff is a self buff. It's not like a buff you put on the target. I think it can be purged or removed, but sure, if the priest wants to waste that time doing that while you're free casting on him, by all means. Roll the dice, Spirit Link on a Cthulhu Zap. I don't think I want to roll that dice. What about Flame Tongue Frost Brand viability? Will you change the scaling, or do you think the state of spell hands right now is enough? I think we need to let go of our previous conceptions. Shaman was changed pretty drastically. Well, I understand, like, I don't think they're completely crazy for saying, like, that sucks. It does. But, I mean, it does make some sense. That none of them are saying that it's unfair. They're saying that Elemental is toast. Pally's pulling 47k combos in PvP. Don't be saying Shammy. Right, but that's right now. Did you see what happened to their Holy Strike? It's not going to be the same thing. See, they lose that, and we got Electrify. That's how it works. And wind shear so we don't waste shock. I know. Everybody got something they don't like for PvP. I think across the board, everybody got something they didn't like for PvP, except for rogues. Now they're better. Possibly than ever. Electrify benefiting Storm Strike would be cool. Let me check the language on Electrify again. Is this the right one? Yeah. Your Lightning Bolt and Chain Lightning spells charge you with electricity, increasing your nature damage dealt by 2%. Yeah, it should work. I don't know if it will, but it should. Getting to Electrify is pretty deep, though. What, that's 1, 2, 3, 4. So you're at 20. That's 21. And then, where's Storm Strike? 10, 15, 20. So you're at 41. Yeah, you could do both. You could do both. So yeah, maybe there is something there. It should. I don't know if it does. Oh, getting to Storm Strike to proc... oh, yeah. That's actually a good point. I don't think many people would go for that, but I think that's something fair to ask for. The use case is pretty limited. It would just be for spell enhancement people, right? Yeah. I don't know if Haxor or Dragonovi is listening. Write that down. That's actually a good idea. I heard that Flame Tongue's SP scaling is getting removed. Koiz, it's fine. It didn't exist anyway. like it technically did, but it was so minor to even matter. Like, oh well. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm thinking, Haxor. Like, it might actually be useful. Because, I mean, what? Storm Strike's on a weird timer anyway. You would still have to be doing other lightning spells. Then which imbue should we use as spell hands? Use Shadow Oil and piss off the Warlocks. That's what I say.
Oh, it won't anymore. You'll get there. But improved Shadow Bolt doesn't have charges.
Never mind. I mean, I guess use it. But the thing is, I think they built some of it into like how your shields interact with you. Not even Mint Pally got better sustain, better damage, better defense. Pally is going to just delete people in PvP. I would rather have them be more defensive than deleting people in a global with like no counterplay. And if you think Paladin's got more defensive, did you hear Bear's got bark skin? I just don't think screen. You know, I don't know. You can get 30% fire damage and fire totem damage as spell hands from talents. Yeah. Does that translate to a real build? Probably not. No. Listen, it's not about is it a real build, it's the what can we do with it? And that's the real joy of vanilla. A lot of people have said with the removal of power infusion and with the removal of bloodlust healers, they're like, oh, I can't be a hybrid. But people weren't really playing hybrids. They were just taking one overpowered thing and then doing something else. I guess that's technically a hybrid. Like a real hybrid's like a spell hands, you know? Like you're not good at either one of the things you're supposed to be good at, but you do something special. Pally still loses to Shaman most of the time in PvP, especially if they don't one-shot with Zerker buff. So, okay, if you say so. I don't have enough experience.
That's because it's one of the only matchups that can take out Shaman.
Yeah, that's true. But why remove Flametongue's SP scaling, though? I think the better SP scaling in Flametongue... I think it's because of Paladins, honestly. Maybe they should have kept it just for the weapon imbue. I don't have the answers to this. I didn't really participate in enhancement. I sat in the corner and just gave a thumbs up every now and then to whatever the enhancement guys were saying. It all went over my head. No, I feel your coys. Yes, FT's SP scaling is gone because it's scaled from spell power. Yes, see that. Yeah, I knew it was something like that. One of the only feedbacks I've seen about stuff being removed and it feels somewhat warranted and a shame that it isn't possible anymore is Restos being able to. I mean, I'm not going to deny and say there's people that like doing totem twisting. I am not one of them. I am not sad to see it gone. I don't think the game was really designed or implemented or meant to be doing that. Like, you have to remember, like, many of the changes they've been doing in all of this stuff is if they took something that seems super janky, think of MCP, right? They just killed it. They're like, clearly, like, this isn't it. They got rid of it. Imbue twisting. Yeah, do it between weapon hits. Oscar, I like that. Alright, I see you guys are mostly memeing at this point. Alright, let's jump over to the next one, which is Warlock. Lizzie Babs, you shouldn't be watching. It's late for you. If you are, go to sleep. I've heard a lot of people doom about. Most of the people I contacted about Warlock, I'm like, hey, I'm trying to just understand some of the subtleties here. Most of them are just dooming. I'm like, well, okay. Thanks. I did get some stuff, but we'll get rid of Shaman. We'll get Warlock. We're in the last two. I might have Murok chirping up every now and then on this. She actually cares about Warlocks, so. Okay, let's start with some general changes. In this, they talk about Warlocks not receiving a change in the first class council and continue to lack a proper identity, differentiating the three specializations. This is probably best seen as demonology warlocks never having their demon out. That's like, could you imagine like a Beastmaster hunter And like the first thing he does is he like summons his pet and just blasts him in the head. It's like, yeah, I'm a Beastmaster. You know that because I just killed my pet. It's like, what? I know it's a little different because with Warlocks you kind of expect it, but anyway. So they said they want to do more spell rotations and reinforce the fantasy of playing each of the specializations. Okay. All right, so let's see what we got here. Soul shards will now stack up to 3 instead of 1. I haven't played Warlock ever. This is a common complaint I heard. I think if they left us only 2 trees as a Warlock, but did this one change, I'd be like, okay, fair. I'd be like, yeah, let's go. So grats to the to the Warlocks out there for your bag space. I'm glad you have it back. Soul bags are getting a passive effect similar to the Hunter Quivers and ammo pouches. The effect is your spells have a % chance to not consume a reagent. Hey, look at that! Not only do they stack better, but some of your stuff doesn't use. It's looking pretty good. And everyone knows that when you have a shit sandwich, you start with the good stuff, then you have the bad stuff, and you end with something good. So, we'll see what happens. Infernal Stones price is reduced to 10 silvers and Demonic Figurine to 20 silver. This is because I think those are what required for the Greater Demons. Is that true? Because I think they want you to use them more. Before they were super expensive, so. Trained Soul has seen a rework. I don't know what this means, but the damage is dealt slowly at first and builds up as the drain reaches its full duration. If the target dies while being drained and yields experience or honor, the caster gains a soul shard. Okay. Soul shards are required for other spells. Is that a change? No. Alright, I understand here. Alright, Soulfire. To the uninitiated, I'm pretty sure like Soulfire is their kind of like a Pyroblast, but it also uses a Soul Shard. I can't remember. I think it is. It scales more spell power, giving you 125% of spell power instead of 100. Due to the spell now having scaling above 100, its description was updated to specify that it benefits greatly from spell damage. So it looks like there's an encouragement to use this. So the Soulfire also... Wow, they did a lot with Soulfire. So it's 1 minute to 30 seconds. Great.
Yes.
Searing Pain no longer has an increased threat generation component. I think you can spec into it again, though. It's somewhere. But I remember I saw that. I'm like, huh? Don't they actually tank some stuff sometimes? It's kind of a bad idea. But that's cool, because that will free them up to do fire stuff, I guess. Curse of Weakness only has 1 rank and now reduces the attack speed of your target by 15% instead of a flat damage reduction. They didn't say if this stacks with Thunder Fury or Dream's Herald or Scorpid Sting or whatever. Probably should have done that. Oh, Calendar Hell, yes. If you actually go look at the changelog, I think they've updated it. I have a advanced copy. I should probably just double check that none of this Warlock stuff's here. Oh, it is. Dang it. Let me get this in. There, you guys don't see it. There were addendums to what we will read. Keep this in mind. Conjured stones no longer share 30-minute cooldown. They are instead usable, I'm assuming, in combat. Okay. You guys. This is the problem when you get a advanced copy. Wasn't spell checked. Fell Communion, maybe? Concentration? Okay. Change the cooldown to 5 minutes and no longer lock your demon from summoning. Added new effects to Master Summoner. In addition, lowers the cooldown of your Inferno spell by 2 to 5 minutes and the cooldown of your Demon Gate spell by 7 to 15 minutes. Okay. Just keep that in mind as we go forward. Haxer, that's fine. I really appreciate that you guys got it to me. Corruption's cast time is reduced from 2 to 1.5 seconds. I'm imagining that's a big deal. Yeah, sure. Here's the thing. Corruption's a thing that does damage. When you change its cast time... Oh, wait, that's a dot. It has its own formula. Never mind. Demons will not be able to benefit from player buffs and consumables. Allowing buffs on demons meant you were actively discouraged from using Enslave, Greater Demons, or swapping to other common demons because of the downside of losing all the buffs and consumes you had and your raid put on your demon. This also made Greater Demons comparably weaker because it did not have all these buffs when summoned mid-combat. For Warlock specs that actively focus on their demon, this would be compensated for by the Demonology tree buffs. It's going to be like Beastmaster, but for demons, I bet. I didn't know they had like a taxonomic difference, but apparently Infernal, Felguard, and Doomguard are all greater demons. One of the reasons I hate them is because I feel like they're always a ticking time bomb, and I believe they fixed some of that stuff with this. They're no longer will be valid for these greater demons will no longer be a valid target for enslaved demon and will be immediately under the control of the Warlock when summoned. That's cool because a lot of times they kill people. They will have a set duration for how long you can control them. Also really good. And after the time is up, they will turn on their master. That's the best. Because I've seen like people like in ZG, like, guys, I got a cool demon, let's use him. The second he breaks early, he just runs for the healer. I'm like, oh man. Usefulness and power of these greater demons will be further enhanced in the Deep Demonology tree. Alright. Demon Gate, renamed Demon Portal. No longer is a ritual, but instead drops down a Demon Gate object that spawns a Felguard after another 6 seconds, 1 minute duration. Okay. Inferno. Alright, oh right, we had something about Inferno, remember that. And Ritual of Doom lowered required players to Ritual from 4 to 2. No longer oh. I understand they're trying to make demons like part of the whole thing. But I really enjoyed the fact that the old summoning ritual would just randomly kill one of the people. It was like Turtle WoW Russian Roulette. It was fun. New and reworked Conjured Stones. Some people don't even know what these are. Not even many Warlocks even bother with them because they haven't been great. Looks like they're trying to put some more love into them. More fire damage from the Firestone. Healing from Fellstone. Threat from the Wrathstone. And Spellstone just helps spells. Oh, you know what? Before I continue, Rauk Hangren, that's a really good point. This means that Warlocks who are hardcore can finally do the ritual. I'm so happy for them. I never thought of that. Alright. Hellstones will now share the same cooldown no matter their rank or number of talents spent in the Master Conjurer talent. Okay. In addition, so well created Hearthstones will also properly benefit from the Master Conjurer talent. This has been a really annoying thing for Warlocks. Like, they'll get the good, they'll have the good cookies, and then they'll make the well, and then you'll get the normal cookies. So I'm happy they got this. Demon Skin and Demon Armor are getting merged into one spell. Existing Demon Skin ranks will be renamed Demon Armor, and existing Demon rank are bumped up by 2. These skills were always basically the same, and this distinction caused unnecessary confusion. While I'm thinking about it, if anyone from the team's listening, could you consider doing the same thing for Frost Mages? Because this makes me think of it, with Ice Armor and Frost Armor. They are essentially the same spell. At one point, they just go in a different direction with the name. Does create confusion. Just thinking off the head there. Yeah, exactly. Thank you, Haxer. I know I wasn't crazy. All right. Let's jump into Affliction. They say that they're decent. They can't use Curse of Agony because requiring to use raid support curses such as Elements and Shadows, and overall suffering from the 16 debuff limit that was prevalent in the original vanilla, which of course isn't really an issue here. We're fixing these issues with the revamp of Drain Soul acting as the proper damage dealing ability with Soul Siphon, rewarding your damage over time effect upkeep by buffing your Drain Soul damage on the target in addition to the new Dark Harvest capstone being added to your rotation. If that made sense to you, then you've played Warlock. That looked like a bunch of words to me. I don't know, but while the curse issue is solved with the Malediction capstone allowing you to use Curse of Agony with other support curses. Ah, okay. Nice. Improved corruption. Okay, I see, yeah. Right, because you want, I think with improved corruption, you want it to be instant. Yeah, okay. Curse of Weakness was removed? Oh, improved Curse of Weakness. All right. Refer to baseline changes for, okay. So they did some tweaking, some condensing here. Improved drains. All right. It looks like that they did a lot of pruning here, if I'm being honest. It's kind of probably nice. Nightfall, now triggered by Corruption, Dark Harvest, and all drain spells as of Corruption and Drain Life, and now it's 3 ranks. Nightfall, I think, was important. I don't remember why. Morag, is that the one that lets you do the free Shadow Bolt? That is Nightfall?
Yeah.
There you go. That's how I... See? I only know stuff because Murog's next to me. New talent, Rapid Deterioration. Increases the casting speed of your Affliction spells by 6... I thought most of them were instant, but maybe they're not. In addition, casting speed increased effects reduce the time between... Oh, Halo. So they got haste for their ticks. That's cool. Alright. Seems like they're saying this might seem awkward, but we have stuff for it in gear, so we'll have to see it. So they mentioned Malediction here. Your Curse of Agony can now be used alongside your other curses, including Curse of Doom. Alright. Soul Siphon increases the damage of your Drain Soul, Dark Harvest, Death Coil by an additional... Alright. Dark Pack's removed. Don't know what it did. But we have Dark Harvest. Reap your target's life, dealing 700 shadow damage. Reduces the time between periodic ticks of your affliction spells on the target by 20% while channeling. Oh, so...
Dark Pact allowed you to take mana from your pet.
Oh, they probably put it in Demonology or
No,
something.
they got rid of it.
Oh.
It's gone.
Okay. Rip.
It wasn't used that much.
But, yeah, this is pretty cool where... I guess you channel a spell that makes the dots start burning you more. Cool. Demonology. Yeah, I agree, Oscar. Yeah, that was a capstone, wasn't it? Soul and Trap. So, what do they say here? Let me start. Another huge inconsistency in the original vanilla design was the placement of Demonic Sacrifice so deep into the tree because it directly clashes with the focus of the rest of the tree. Compared to other pet specialization, the Beast Mastery Hunter, we decided to focus on exploitation of your demons and other forbidden resources like Soulstones, which fits better in the flavor of Demonology Warlock. Well, just like Beast Mastery, though, demons will be getting some form of scaling from their master's power. Cool. Well, you have no demon. Your damage dealt is buffed. Okay. I don't even... Is that normal? That probably is normal. So they still have demonic sacrifice, but I think it's a lot further up now.
Yes.
So sacking your imp makes you a fire warlock. A void walker gives you health per 5. Health per 4 technically. Succubus still does shadow, and Fell Hunter does mana stuff. Okay. I know there's better. I think Master Conjurer. This is for Hellstones. Lowering the Warlock's opinion of other players have a demon in clutch situations. Okay. I might be skipping something that's important, but I wouldn't know.
Yeah, a lot of that's important.
I don't know that. Oh, wait, this actually seems pretty good. Replace static benefits with intellect scaling based on a percent of your intellect and allows percentage of your demon's mana generation to continue while casting. That actually could be useful. Fell stam. Well, I mean, if you're trying to make your demon stronger and they have spells.
Those things are... That's not as impactful as the things you've been skipping.
Really? What did I... Master Conjurer is lame. What are you talking about? Soul Funnel? Is this one?
No. No, you were... you were skipping all the stuff that, like, helps you... that Because they did a lot to make it so that how you summon demons is different now.
Yeah, I don't see that yet.
Okay, well, I saw you scrolling by it.
I'm getting more from the Peanut Gatherer guys. Master Summoner increases mana reduction to again incentivize easier demon switching. So I'm assuming they left some words out here.
That change, the Fell Domination change is pretty big.
All right, Murak's telling me Fell Domination change is big. Reduces the cooldown of this ability from 15 to... Actually, wow, yeah. From 15 minutes to 3 minutes, and the cast time reduction from... Wow, okay. It will also put the summon spell you use with it on a 5-minute cooldown. This change gives Demonology more versatility in swapping demons based on their situation, while also limiting the power gained in PvP by lowering the cooldown of the ability. Okay. That was updated today. Did I have that over here? Oh, okay, it was Fell Domination, yeah. Change cooldown to 5 minutes is actually what it should say, and no longer lock your demon from summoning. Added new effects to Master Summoner. In addition, lowers the cooldown of your Inferno spell. Okay. So some of this isn't purely accurate, but I understand what they're going for with Fell Domination. Improved stones. Bleh. Trying to make stones of things, guys. I don't know how to feel about it.
They're making them pretty great.
I have a stone believer sitting next to me. She believes they matter. Hold on, wait. Oh, I just did the thing. Hold on. Eek. Crap is it? Sorry, I just... Jared says, crap, that is great. Is it? I don't know. You have to remember, guys. My first main was a mage. That should tell you everything you need to know about what I think about warlocks. Wrathstones are essential for tanking Twin Emperors. Oh yeah, I bet. Let me see here. Increase the effects of your Wrathstone spellstone. Oh, okay, yeah, actually, that is actually kind of a big deal. Increases damage returned as healing of your Failstone by a little bit, and critical strike bonus your... Okay, alright, yeah, I could see that. I thought you had to have them equip those like an offhand or something.
That's one of the big changes.
Oh! They just exist somewhere and give you a buff? Oh, that's cool. Alright, I feel ya. I thought Warlocks ate them. I don't know, man. Unholy Power. Damage increase reduced and now affects all demons. This is about demonology, right? Unleash potential seems to be slightly easier to get. And your demon's attack power is increased by up to 60% of your bonus. Ooh, hold on. Whoa, that's actually really good. Your demon's attack power is increased by up to 60% of your bonus spell damage. Like, Warlock's getting like the 1K region, maybe like 15-ish, somewhere around there. Let's just say it's 1K for the sake of argument and easy math. Giving your demon 600 attack power would be pretty nice.
That would be Warlock's not getting up to 1K spell.
I'm sorry. A fully buffed.
Are mages getting up there?
Yeah.
Now imagine you need more hit.
You don't need hit. Karen told me you don't need hit. You just need to do crit. So. But I mean, I'm just trying to give you. So okay, let's say they're at 900. All right. So then maybe it's like 500 attack power. Still, that's huge. So. Power overwhelming. Grant your active demon power. Your active demon power overwhelming. That increases its. So this is a cooldown effect? Yeah. For 10 seconds, the demon receives 40% of its health as damage. Oh. So you increase its damage. The demon receives 40% of its health as damage. So you hurt it and it hurts other things. Okay. This new capstone ability serves to differentiate your playstyle as Demonology Warlock from the other two specializations, while also putting a greater emphasis on managing your demons. It also makes it easier to dispose of your greater demons when their time is running out, which seems like what you would do with Power Overwhelming. Yeah, that's pretty nifty, I guess. I'm down. I'd like to see Warlocks with their demons out more often. I don't go to Battleground, so I don't see it that often. I was just about to ask about this. I'm glad they got it. This isn't as good as the Beast Mastery hit, but it's decent. Oh, wait, nope, never mind. Okay, reading this, Demonic Precision. Your demons get a flat maximum of 3% melee and spell hit. Then they now benefit from 100% of your own spell hit chance for both melee and spell hit. So actually, these guys would be legit. Yeah, that's because that's usually what the difference maker in raids is, like, can you actually hit? Okay. Master Demonologist now says, oh, this further makes the buffs from the initial sacrifice even better, it looks like. Imp increases your spellcasting speed, I would assume. That's nice. Voidwalker gives you physical damage resistant or taken reduction and pushback by 40. Succubus just increases damage done and threat. I'm always curious about that threat thing. Is that an increase? Fell Hunter increases all resistances, but yeah, okay, that's normal. I think that's what you have to do for tanking, or at least I know they Twin Emperor tanks usually have their Felguard out or sacrifice it or something to get resistance. And enemies attacking you have a 10% chance to get affected by tainted blood. Don't know what that is, but cool. Infernals and Felguard get to join the fray for like giving you a buff. Increase casting attack speed but by 50%, but reduces healing by 50. That's ooh. Ooh, that's actually... How long does this last for? No, that's just as long as they're out, right? Wow. Thank you, Oscar, for that. I didn't know that. So Felguard also does... Felguard increases all damage done by 20%, but increases mana cost by 20. Are these personal buffs or group-wide buffs? These have to be personal. I thought they were group-wide. I'm like, oh my god, that needs to be fixed. Okay. All right. It's more tame then. I will say, though, some of these are pretty good. It looks like there actually is a decent risk-reward with the Infernal and Felguard. Yeah, Infernal seems like a good choice. It just... You have to remember to get rid of the Infernal at some point. And Soul Link. Everyone's favorite PvP talent. Reduce the damage transfer to your demon from 30 to 20 and increase the damage bonus from 3 to 5. The skill will now be a passive, so you don't have to reactivate every time you change your demon. Nice quality of life. Will apply to any demon under your control, so both greater demons and enslaved ones. All right. And will simply be inactive if you don't have a demon under your control. Yeah. I mean, Kuragamo, it seems like a rip, but it's a nerf. It's still there. Enslaved demons, still no bonus. Yeah, but like really, you'd have to make a bonus for every other type of enslaved demon. It would kind of be like having to reinvent all the different hunter pens, but for demons. Moving on to destruction. They talk about SM Ruin and Demonic Sacrifice Ruin, meaning deeper talents in this specialization are ignored after acquiring Ruin, which I would understand. And that's because Immolation isn't the best. And Searing Pain had a threat modifier. So it looks like they went to work on those issues. I remember I was told about this. So improved Shadow Bolt in the past, you'll hear Warlocks flip out if you try to steal their improved Shadow Bolt stuff. Duration reduced from 12 to 10 seconds and no longer has charges that cause it to be removed when spent. No longer has... Yeah, okay. All right, I think I understand. So they merged... I don't know if Cataclysm's good. I don't know anything about that. But Lash of Pain and Improved Firebolt, they were merged to a 2-point talent in the second row for Demonic Swiftness. Reduces the casting time of your Imp's Firebolt spells and reduces the cooldown of your Succubus Lash of Pain. So it still looks like you could do something with Demonology, or you could just do this and just have a demon pet out, even if it's not like he's not the best. I thought so, Riddle. Yeah. Aftermath costs less and increases the damage of Immolate, and it slows by 50% instead of dazes. That probably is going to piss off Warlocks, because anytime you remove or weaken a CC effect, the classes are... PvPers are usually pissed. The daze listed in this description was never actually worked like a daze, and it was quite misleading, so this was corrected to specify it actually functions like all other slows. Have I been hit by an Aftermath? I'll never know. Oscar, I see that. New talent. Sorry. I just blocked it. It's funny. Improved Soulfire. Your Soulfire has a chance to refund a Soul Shard. Oh, that's cool, because that usually costs something. and increases your fire damage by 8% for 25 seconds. Well, try to challenge fire mages for the throne? And we're going to have a Scorch that doesn't let Warlock fire damage count. Kova, you can, but wait till I'm at the end of Warlock, and then we can do it. Okay, intensity and power class are moved up, okay. Oh, oh, that was it? That was it? Did they skip one of the trees? Did I skip one of the... It was destruction.
No, you had the dots, you had...
Oh, I forgot the dots. The dots was like a dream. Improved Immolate. Now increases all damage dealt. Instead of just initial damage, but the damage increase is reduced from... Okay. It looks like they're upping the dot amount, but not the upfront. And Conflagrate no longer requires and consumes an active Immolate damage over time effect to cast. Instead, it consumes 3 seconds of your Immolate spell. It's fair. I maybe wanted to check out... is it this one? I think it's this one. I just want to see how bizarre... Yeah, oh, you guys can't see all that, but... Okay, so Ruin's still there. That's good. Alright, yeah. So... How do they do threat? Is it just the Wrathstone? It must be the Wrathstone. So they took the threat off of Searing Pain and they just put it onto the Wrathstone? So you could do it with everything? Okay. Alright. Because I was concerned. I'm like, wait, how do they do threat? I guess, Oscar, I'm not the best person to ask about this, and this is one I did not have a lot of correspondence on. I just have Murag occasionally to my right calling me an idiot. I'm very used to that, though. I'm like immune to it. Yeah, maybe. All right. Wait, who's that person? Someone said they want to ask a question. I'm like, just wait. Kova, if you want to ask your question, go for it. So in resume, oh sorry. Is Ornate Bloodstone Dagger safe to buy? I really want to play Arcane even before the patch, but I don't know if they'll nerf it. I heard it's BIS now. It is BIS for certain setups. I wouldn't make any big purchases. By the way, I do not know. I'm just saying don't make big purchases this close to a patch. I do not know the date. I know they want it. I know internally they want it to be done for October no matter what. So... yeah, guys, it's been a long journey. We're almost at the end. This will be a VOD. There are chapters. You can look at it. I promise. Exactly, Kova. For now, enjoy. If you like doing Arcane, enjoy Arcane Brilliance. Well, Arcane Brilliance Aura while it still exists. It's gonna be gone soon. All right. Any other questions about Warlock? Anything that I didn't cover? I'm just checking here. I'm imagining Ricardo's asking. So Summoners can still summon, true? Yeah, Summoners, yeah. Warlocks can still summon. I don't think they removed that. Johnny Totem asks, will we have to farm tier 3 tokens? Or with the tier 3, we'll be able to change the tier 3 to alt tier 3. I know the answer to this, but I don't remember if it's public. So I'm not going to say. I wish I could. Lorazia says tokens don't redeem. There you go. Listen, it's been a long year of holding on to secrets. If I don't remember something, I apologize, but Kuro, just because you're regular, I'll do this for you one time. Even though I'm not supposed to. We're supposed to stay on topic, but Vampiric Embrace takes longer. Your spell coefficients are better. That's the crib notes for Shadow Priest. Okay, that's good to know. Intact, I kind of feel like giving you like a turtle wow answer. Soon. I haven't worked on it in a bit. I've been really busy with other stuff. I keep pushing it off. I'll do it someday. I actually re-recorded some of the video though, for what it's worth. Every damage dealing priest in my guild is switching to disc. Okay. Like, the crazy thing is, I don't think anyone knows how all this is going to pan out either. Alright, I don't see any more Warlock stuff. I see stuff about Priest and stuff about Hateforge Quarry. We're moving on to the last class. Oh, wait. Nope, we're done. I think we're done. We don't gotta talk about them. What's there to talk about? They're probably stronger now. I hate you, warriors. Why are you so strong? Okay. I think this might make more shamans, though, so this was a nice patch. I think, yeah, it could be. I think it's a little less punishing to be a shaman with low gear. It's true. All right, we're going into the Darklands. We're talking about warriors. Something that trying to think. Yeah, I think I did get a crypt note on this, but I do not remember it. My brain's absolutely. I've been at this for 5 hours. You got to give me a break. But then we're done.
Also, it feels like 11 o'clock at night to you.
That's true. Because I traveled to Europe, it feels like 11 at night to me as well. But the news doesn't sleep. All right, let's see what they wrote. Oh, wow, they say warriors are good in vanilla. Surprise. Changes we made to Warrior involve a good amount of shuffling class power around, and so it's easier to explain by writing the changelog in a slightly different format as you'll see. Why do Warriors always got to be different? Oh, you know, we kind of did like our own thing, you know, so like we have like a different format for you. Yeah, thanks. We'll start with the big one, right? Rage generation. I did pre-read this. What you should know is that this makes rage generation a little less punishing at lower levels. They noted that as a pain point. But they noted that you have no problem getting rage in late game. So a new rage generation formula that's calculated 90% depending on your gear and we find that yes. To retain this and relieve the widespread pain points above, we find that a new rage generation formula that's calculated 90% depending on your gear and 10% of it is predetermined based on your weapon speed best helps achieve this. With the formula change, players will notice significantly increased rage generation in these cases. The top is the same, but the bottom has been raised up. Okay. Who even understands rage, right? Oh, explain it. Never mind. No. Also, it says rage decay portion of anger management has been made baseline, while the in-combat part is compensated by the rage generation changes. Right. I know this one had some warriors crying because execute has a cooldown. I didn't know it didn't have a cooldown.
Execute spam.
Right. I thought like when they said, hey, it's time to do execute spam, I thought it was just like just keep hitting the button waiting for it to come off cooldown. But I thought it was like a short cooldown based on the damage they were doing. Now I'm led to believe that they are monsters and cheaters. So I imagine they weren't thrilled about this one. Okay. It uses all your rage, but you have things like getting hit, rage potions, magic, baloney, whatever else they do. I don't really know what they do, but I know it's evil. Let's see. Oh, this one I actually found genuinely interesting. So there's an old bug that's been on various versions of Vanilla WoW. Sometimes it is, sometimes it's not. Turtle WoW is one of the places where it has been occurring, where it's called offhand weapon queuing. So if your main hand is getting ready for a heroic strike, so it's heroic strike queuing. Sometimes other abilities can do it, but we don't have that, obviously. When it's queuing up, because you have to wait till your next weapon swing, your offhand doesn't take like any hit penalty. You can gear around that and take advantage of that. And warriors have for a long time. I don't know how, because I thought they couldn't. I thought they didn't know how to fix this, but apparently they have. Yay? But I don't think any original designer or current designer wanted to have this in the game anyway, but it's important to note, though, I think that's going to be impactful for warriors. I don't know how much damage it does, but I just know it's something they think about while they're gearing. Dual wield at level 10. That's actually pretty good. Intervene is now taught at 20 instead of a book item. Hey, quick market watch. If you have an Intervene book, sell it now. Oh, no. All right. Pummel chooses to still be better than Rogue's Kick because it does a percentage damage, whereas Kick just does 50 damage flat. Once again, brown names trying to just always do better than rogues. You guys should be doing the Pummel. Yours does damage. Think about it. Oh, they have to switch to battle stance. A lot of them wouldn't then. I know they did some stuff with Slam, so this will be interesting. Slam is now taught at level 14 and pauses your weapon swing timer instead of resetting it. Aha! Druids have an interrupt, Laraz. You guys have Bash. Stop that. It's not a real interrupt, though, you're right. Alright, So far it's been a lot of nerfs, right? This change will help two-handed warrior builds and reduce the unfair advantage of players with better internet connection. This is actually a pretty egalitarian and good change. I'm glad they're doing that. Rend? What I've understood about Rend is that you use it while leveling and then you never touch it again. This just seems good. If it scales with your attack power, that's good. Because there's one thing warriors have a lot of, and it's attack power, so I'd be interested to see where this makes things land. Because they don't give like a formula or anything. Rage Decay when out of combat is now consistently 2 rage per 2 seconds. Hamstring now has a 6-second cooldown. Sunder Armor's rage cost has been reduced to 15 to 10 rage, which means if you're not using Sunder on your first global, you have even less of an excuse, warriors. Shield wall will actually be broken if you take off your shield. That actually makes sense. And I could imagine someone doing that just to cheese it. So good on you guys. Hold on. I see a lot of people moaning about hamstring. How long does hamstring last for? Isn't it like 10 seconds? So you guys can totally still hamstring stuff. I mean, if you need to kite it. Oh, it's just because you guys want to do weapon proc shenanigans. Okay, well, boo-hoo. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. Now, you guys have a lot to say about warriors. I do too, but it's nothing nice, so I'm being quiet. Alright, let's see what they do to arms. In combination with becoming the true home of the two-handed slam builds, should now see arms builds functions into rating, all while maintaining a similar power level for battlegrounds. Deep Wounds now deals damage every 1.5 seconds and lasts 6 seconds. This makes Deep Wounds more useful even in situations where it quickly is refreshed by multiple warriors, allowing to deal at least part of its damage before it's replaced while doubling its output. Yeah, that's fair. Oh no, guys, hamstring got nuked again. Yeah, Haxer. Do you know what it's like trying to be a rogue tank in a warrior world? It sucks too, because warriors are some of the best players too. So I got nothing to back it up. I'm like, I'm just a bad player, but... Alright, counterattack. A strike that becomes active for... Oh, they stole! Hey everyone, look! They're thieves! That's what rogues do. We have parry and riposte. If we parry, we get a free attack. Well, it's not free. It costs 5 energy. And yours immobilizes them? Ours disarms them. Immobilizing, that's pretty good, though. Counterattack cannot be blocked, dodged, or parried. We don't have that either. I'm going to give the edge to yours. Dear Lord. That seems pretty good. Everyone say hi to Sae. He says the warrior changers are so dumb. Just delete the class from Turtle WoW if you want people to reroll this back. You okay? I still think, I mean, this counterattack thing seems pretty nasty though. Because, right? So you were talking about like, what if I don't hit with my hamstring? Well, if it gets parried, evidently you immobilize them. So, okay. That seems okay to me. As somebody who's done melee stuff, you love immobilize people. Say, I want you to get a paper bag and I want you to breathe into it for like 30 seconds. And then stop, take a deep breath. It'll be okay. This is a game. Oh wait, hold on. You get counterattack if you... Yeah, that's what I mean. If you parry. The same thing happens with rogues. If... Oh, right. I see what you're saying. Right. Okay. Right. Because rogue is when you get parried. But with warrior, it's if you parry. Which is also still pretty cool, but... I wonder how often that happens then. It still seems strong. Improved Slam is now an arm tree's talent. That makes sense. They want to do slams with arms. Two-hand weapon specialization now requires 3 points instead of 5. You know, when rogues do weapon skill talents, we have to put all 5 in it, but that's fine. You guys like cheating. It's fine. Increase your damage you deal with... Okay, this isn't... No, it does increase your skill with all two-handed weapons. Okay, yeah. No, they're cheating. Poleaxe specialization and sword specialization has been removed. Master of Arms. Okay, so this is 5 points for 5. Oh, cool. They have like a different one for each. Is this new? Yeah, this is. I guess. Well, maybe it's condensed. But axes increases your chance to get a critical strike. Maces does armor pen. Wow, could do 60 armor pen? That's actually pretty good. For PvP, that's good, and even for PvE, that's good. Sword. Oh, come on. They stole this. Make them stop stealing from Rogue. Get new ideas. Shoo, get away. Actually, also, if they had this before, I wouldn't have known. But this looks like they stole sword specialization from us. Increase the range of melee attack with polearm. Oh. Oh, this is very clever, though. I actually really like this one. Increase the range of... Because they didn't steal it. Increase the range of melee attacks with polearms. Like, you have a long weapon. This actually could be a huge advantage in PvP. Like, you're fighting another... If you're fighting another melee, they have to walk the extra 2 yards. I love this one. This one's probably going to be the most broken, though. Because I like it. Sweeping strikes cost less rage. And is no longer spent by offhands. That'd be annoying. That's great. Precision cut is new. Increases the damage done per extra rage point spent on execute. Oh, so this makes your execute scale up better. That's nice. Improved disciplines now reduces the cooldown of retaliation, recklessness, and shield wall. Oh. Okay. Those are pretty long cooldowns if I remember correctly. We'll go to Fury, also known as the weakest, most underutilized tree in all of WoW. What do they say? Hold on, wait. This is actually kind of a funny preamble. Fury Warrior in vanilla is famous for its performance and high-octane gameplay and rating, and we intend to not only keep this intact, but even enhance it with Why would you enhance it more? Sorry. With a significant enrage uptime. Okay. However, in all other regards, this tree is like... What other regards do you need? You just said it has high-octane, high-performance... Like, it's not bad. So in other regards, it isn't improved, so we need to fix that. Thank you, Raukangren, I know. I'm just an idiot. Okay. I'm just saying it's a weird way to start. Booming voice now increases the air of... Okay. That actually is... It's just a 10% larger area. All shouts indicate that this talent also now... Oh, okay. So, I remember this. They condensed a lot of the warrior talents for shouts. Because, like, one was demo and one was intimidating. They're like, now they're shmooshed. They're shmooshed together. Unbridled Wrath? Interesting. So, its proc chance was increased... And this effect is now doubled for two-handed weapons. If you're a Fury and two-handed weapons... Oh, I guess it's high up on the tree, so... Dual-wield specialization. Yep, that looks like this. What did they do exactly here? Oh, they moved the rows. All right. This is more shout, condensing. Fury warriors have had a heal this whole time? Did anyone even use that? I've never heard of it. Blood Craze's healing has been increased. Cool. Didn't know that existed. All right. Improved Execute has been replaced by Reckless Execute, reducing the cooldown of your... See, there you go. Hey, Doomers, look at that. Come on. It went from whatever the number was before to 4 seconds less. The second point removes the cooldown of your Execute. Wait. I thought it was like 5. Hold on. Five and a half. Okay, keep that in mind. Okay. Reducing the cooldown of your execute by 2 to 4 seconds. 4 minus 5. So it's... Oh, I guess it's a global cooldown then? If that's the way you're looking at it? Okay. I thought when they said, like, it has no cooldown, I thought they meant... Alright. I guess. It's just a weird way to put it, I suppose. Because, like, other places, that I think they would say the other thing. This is clearly written by different people, so... Alright, and Rage just lasts a certain amount of time, but doesn't matter how many times you swing. Improved Pummel. Gives your Pummel a 50% chance to daze a victim for 4 seconds, and spellcasting school lockouts. Oh, cool. Nice. It's, you know, that's something that, you probably stole from Rogues. We have improved Kick. Sounds a lot like it, but, you know. Oh well. That was moved, we know that. Improved Whirlwind. Reduces cooldown of your Whirlwind by... I don't know how... I know warriors love Whirlwind, so they probably love this. Unless they artificially made it a longer one and then had to reduce it again. Improve Intercept has been named to Battlefield ability. And now... Okay, I get it, yeah. Blood Drinker. Are Fury Warriors getting, like, more Blood Lore? New Blood Lore dropping? Well, under the effects of Enrage, Death Wish, or Recklessness, your critical strikes with abilities cause your next 5 melee attacks to heal you. Oh, neat. It'd be cool if it had, like, a particle effect that, like, threw red stuff all over you. Bloodthirst has been reworked to the following ability. Instantly perform a reckless attack, dealing... damage plus 30% attack power, and you suffer a self-inflicted wound for your recklessness. This must be the thing that makes Warrior strong, huh? I think this is it. So at rank 4... it does a flat 150 damage. You can crit. The chance is equal to your physical critical strike chance. Okay. And it can proc and rage. I don't know if that's good or bad because I don't remember the original values. Brow-Kangren, I saw that. Mind your manners. Protection is an odd tree in vanilla. Is it odd because no one really uses it? In the interest of improving protection leveling builds and opening up new builds for endgame, Shield Slam, now talentable at level 30, has gained significant damage scaling. Oh, that's cool. And alongside it, the lower half of the tree has been... Who wrote this? The lower half of the tree has been jazzed up with many new threat and damage options, as well as one relocated defensive option. Hey guys, I'm gonna... You know what? Leave me alone with Rogue. I'm gonna jazz up Rogue tanking. Oh, Ninjurk, I don't do that. Improved shield block removed. I don't know enough about Warrior, but based on how long this developer comment is, I'm sure something's very controversial is happening right here. They say, the ability is one of the most overtuned single talent points of vanilla, as it doubles the potency of shield block, which is extremely potent, in its hidden feature of granting nearly any user immunity to both critical strikes and crushing blows for the single block. Well, this isn't that useful in Dungeons and versus Fast Second. This ability puts its talent grant 4.4 seconds of this immunity every 5 seconds. Ah, yeah, that's a good point. We don't want to take away this uniqueness from Warrior Tank, but we also felt that this power being available in Row 3 was a little too good. Ah, is this how everyone did Fury Prot? They would just grab this and then Fury everything else? It makes sense now. I see it. This is really good. Toughness. Wait, so that they removed it, or did they split it and throw it out to the countryside? We'll keep reading. All right, that increases absorbed by shield damage. Improve intervene. And move some talents around. Reducing the cooldown on revenge might make it useful. I don't know. Oh, right. Because they changed how Sunder Armor works, that now you don't even need this talent at all. Improve Shield Bash. Renamed to Gag Order. That's actually funny. And move to row 4. Now gives your Shield Slam additional chance to dispel a magic effect. Who did Warrior steal that from? I want that. Improve Disarm. Now decreases the cooldown. Oh, that's good. Disarm's really helpful. I think they're the only ones that can really reliably do it. Rogues can technically through riposte, but you have to parry an attack first. So, one hand specialization. Okay, that's been moved. Reprisal. Sorry, here it is. Oh, wait a minute. They have Shield Slam. I need to look at this tree. What's going on? What is going on with this tree? I didn't want to curse myself and actually look at a warrior tree, but here we are. That's Gag Order. All right, that's you guys can't see that. Hold on. What if I do this? No, what if I do? Nope, that doesn't help. Oh, now you can see all of it. Almost. Too small? Oh, no, that works. All right. You can barely read it, but that's improved. I'm not looking at that. Shield Slam. Slam the target with shield. Okay. And improved Shield Slam. All right, that's what we're looking at. Huh. All right, I think I understand what's going on here. Damage of Shield Slam is now modified by your attack power in addition to shield block value. That seems pretty good, actually. They'll get some use out of it. Reduce the cooldown of Shield Slam, and using this will also grant you an extra... Ah, this is where it is. So this is that really good talent they destroyed. They moved it really, really deep, and then made it part of Shield Slam, giving you additional chance to block. Reprisal. Your revenge deals more damage, and upon lane has a chance to... Ooh. An ability that refunds the rage cost. That's really good, I'm sure. An improved shield wall. Move deeper, and just reduces shield wall specifically, and increases duration by half. That's really... Oh, I see. It's not half a second, it's 1 or 2 seconds. Okay. Defensive tactics while wearing a... sorry, I also want to note here. We found that increased duration of improved shield wall is far less useful than simply being able to use it more often. Yeah. Because you don't... It's not like I need to hold this guy for 30 seconds. It's like I need to hold this guy for like 10 seconds while healers get to me, you know, or whatever it is. So move some of the power of this talent off the duration extension into the cooldown reduction. Okay, that's cool. Defensive tactics. While wearing a shield, you retain 150% of the increased threat generation from defensive stance. Okay. And concussion blow. Now deals damage, causing a high amount of threat, and penetrates 50% of the enemy's armor in addition to the previous effect. Another disparity between vanilla rating deep protection and Fury Prot Hybrid is how Death Wish's damage bonus provides for noticeably increased open or snap threat, while deep protection has no such equivalent. Additionally, vanilla concussion mode, as it's saying, is just a simple clone of Paladin's Hammer of Justice. Thieves! I told you, see? They steal from rogues, they steal from paladins. You know they're no good. They're stealing from the bad guys and the good guys. And I won't say which one's the good or the bad guys. You figure that out on your own. Oh, we're at the end because we just see Acolyte shitposting. We did it! We did it, everyone!
Well, it took you 5.5 hours.
Who are you?
The person who's gonna make you dinner tonight. You want dinner?
Yeah, I want dinner. Okay. Listen, floor's open now. Floor's open. Anyone have any questions about Warrior? Any of the classes? I'm gonna bring up that thing. I'm gonna bring up what was sent to me. What is this window? Oh, it's that one. Whoop. Okay, it's gone. I think I can finally get rid of this. And let's bring up this. And I'll make it big so everyone can see everything. Just in case you missed anything, I think we might have actually. We did the. Whoa, whoa, whoa! Hold on, that's actually pretty tasty right there. So these are amendments that I was sent before I started stream that weren't on that webpage that we just looked at. Boy, how big are you? Jeez. All right, we'll go over this quick. Any questions? Let's see how we're doing. What level is your Telebim character? Are you asking me or are you asking someone in chat? Mine's like, gotta be high 30s at this point. I want to try Bow Priest to see how it interacts with instant spells. I'm curious if they're gonna need... Well, bows don't need as much skill. I don't know how that's gonna work. I'll let the Night Elves figure that out. Any demonology demons changes info? I mean, they're gonna get more buffed by demonology, it seems like. And they have some good buffs they give with them too. Investment for those like taking a juice out of a dry banana. What the heck? Oh, yeah, I see what you're saying, Vic. Yeah. Yeah, intact. I actually agree with you. I'm really torn. My main is my Elemental Shaman. I'm going to play my Elemental Shaman, but the problem I'm having now is that I'm thinking like, damn. I also want to play my Rogue and my Mage, because they had a lot of fun stuff thrown on them. Yeah, if someone's saying something's dead, okay. Some things die. Nothing lasts forever. What are we taught by the Wrath of the Lich King cinematic? Do we need to watch it? Do we need to hear that no king rules forever? Death Knight just got... Oh, I'm sorry, guys. Yeah, we nerfed Death Knight. Seeing anything here on the updates that I didn't touch on? Oh, Blood Fury. That's a Druid one, I think. Oh boy, it sounds like a Warrior one too. There's no knowing. So it looks like Blood Fury's stronger. Oh, why did I? That is, yeah.
Play an orc.
I know. You know what? I always mix up that with berserking. I've been doing this for more than 5 hours. Also, I did promise everyone that at the end of the stream I'd let them know how Europe was. It was great. I had a good time. I did actually get to meet some people from the Turtle team while I was over in Europe, and I did get thrown out of a bar with them. That is a true story. The details of which I cannot share, but I can assure you it was partially my fault. And not because I didn't know German. Did you find a... I did find a Europe. I found socialized healthcare, but people also upset. It's almost like people aren't happy somewhere else. They're just upset at something else. Yeah, Bacon. I am back in New England. Can you show us your... Oh, MS. That's a question I could always go for.
I mean, which one?
Which one? Which one? Probably the one you've been looking at. Hope everyone enjoyed my PJ pants. I had a collar shirt on, but I'm like, you know what? I'm going to be sitting for a while. I'm just going to wear PJ pants. No one's going to know. But then someone asked for a Bulbasaur. Here he is. Hold on, wait. Where is it? It's legit. I mean, he lets me hold him unlike Mandalore. You're welcome.
He did talk about bears being able to drink.
I did talk about that, yes.
He even showed a GIF.
What I wanted to show... Yeah, actually, I think I even have that up. Well, not anymore, but... one thing I do want to note here, somewhere in here, I think it was towards the bottom. Let me see if I can get to it. I'll shrink that down a little bit. Whoop. Whoop. Let's make sure I caught everything. Okay, Sacred Duty was removed. I don't think we covered that. I don't know what it is, and I don't know what I said about it. But if that matters, keep that in mind. Righteous Strike's Holy Strike benefits will be reduced, but exact values are still unknown. As I don't think I did this for Paladin stuff. Repentance scaling has been reduced. And here's the thing about Druids. It was towards the bottom of it. Mighty Rage Potions can now be used by Druids. Eh? You guys might be pretty pumped about that. Bacon, how did I know that you would be the one to laugh at the pants?
Somebody else wants to know the drop rate on them.
The drop rate on what?
Your pants.
Not often enough. That's 70 strength and it might actually be worth it to sorry. The very word bear weave, I think we need to stop putting weave after words. Guys, I'm gonna bear weave. I know you don't know what it is, but it's like a thing. You can weave your bear, like, I don't know, bear shift. Frog weave. Bear sipping. I like that. Yeah. Bear scape?
Were you gonna share about how you got your mug? Since you've been showing it off.
I can't because of who gave it to me.
Well, so you team.
Yeah. Well, no. Yeah. Is it not obvious that I got this from the team? Like I told you, I met someone from the team. Someone's actually from the team. And that's how I got this mug.
But you caused people to go and ask about how they were going to get them.
You can't get this mug. It's right here. I own it. What are you talking about? You can't just get this. This is mine. I stole it fair and square. I will say, I met David. You talk about the funny painter in the bar in Austria. That's the kick reason. No. No, it was something much more benign, actually. But it was still embarrassing.
It's that bad.
Sorry. I'm just giggling at this. Raukangren wrote, and I'm going to read this verbatim for everyone. Because no one can see chat because the widget broke at the start of stream. By the way, I set up a bunch of stuff. That broke immediately. Anyway. Bear, what are you doing? Roar. Oh, you want me to open this glass vial for you? Roar. Oh, okay then. Open wide. Yes. That's how it works now. Vrograg, the text you currently show, is it possible to give us a link? No, because there's a better version that doesn't have typos that's going to be... If it hasn't already been added, it should already have been added, like now or soonish. In fact, I can, like for instance, I don't think they want to add fell combination to the changelog. They don't want to add that, or add. Now, I'm not making fun of spell. Like this was rushed to me without checking stuff. Okay, so.
I can't believe you're making fun of Jamie for Russian.
No, I'm not making fun. I'm not. I'm just letting someone know that you don't. Even if I had a link to this is just a copy paste on a WordPad. So no, it's not really a linkable thing. Kuragama says, my buddy is mad because he wanted Spell Hunter to be a thing and they gave the new magic arrow to Priest. You got Melee Hunter. I'd take it. That does seem pretty fun, I'm not gonna lie. I would play that. New talent, Sacred Duty, row 6, 3 ranks, increases your total stamina by 246. Okay. Oh, is that... Ah, okay. Oh, because it did total stamina. Yeah, no kidding. Bow priest. It's not viable, period. It's a priest. They don't have anything else in their talents to support being a bow user. It's a flavor thing. It's okay. Feronia, I think Droken will never... He can't do melee now. Because it's actually good. He has to do the hard to do, not good thing. Now I want mounted combat spec for warrior or paladin. Yeah, that wouldn't be that bad. I don't know how we do it, but... You think you'll be able to auto shoot? No, because only hunters get auto shoot. The only other exception is wands.
It says they're giving them auto shot.
They're giving them auto shot?
Yeah.
Oh my god! That actually could be good. I mean, here's the thing. For everybody, ranged attack power is determined by agility. There's your hard stopping point. Are you gonna gear a priest for agility? Maybe. I'll tell you what though, those wands that have agility on them, they're gonna have a home. They're gonna finally have a home.
Well then they can't use the bow because they're using a wand.
Oh wait. Boy, I thought about that.
When you see bows with random enchants like Spirit, you're gonna be like, who needs a bow?
You have searing arrows for spell scaling. Yeah, but they're talking about auto shot, so. The one thing that I'm like personally very interested in how it's going to work Electrify, that thing that I'm a pariah for suggesting. It's a self buff, and it only lasts a certain amount of time. Elemental Shaman in the past, and in the future, I'm sure, are going to be the ones that want to drink really badly because they're so low on mana. But with Electrify, you don't want your stacks to run out. So we might start being up with like the tanks, being like, come on guys, let's pull again. Did I actually? I did get rid of that. Good. I should have put that up earlier. For anyone who's wanting to watch something later, I'm gonna put chapters in here so you can catch what you want to catch. And it doesn't feel good to me that the only physical damage ranged class now performs best as melee. No, I don't. Like, here's the thing. We don't know how it's going to perform. And you know what? All this slander, when you guys forgot one thing. Let me show you. Let me show you something, okay? I'm tired of this. Let me see, where is it? Not that one. Do you see this? Anyone know who this is? Who is this?
Is that Rexar, hero of the Horde?
Does this guy look like a ranged hunter to you? But guess what? He is a hunter. His best friend is Misha. I think Misha the bear. Conholio219, thank you for the follow. Yeah, also, if you haven't, like, follow, sub, prime, whatever. I do appreciate everyone watching. What? Say just said Rexar is a dweeb. Are you kidding? He's the coolest. How could you say that about him? That's pretty mean. It could be a Beastmaster, but I'm just saying, does he look like he's gonna try to shoot you with an arrow? No. It looks like he's gonna do what ogres do and bash you over the head. That big pet he has is kind of sus. Everyone in the Horde likes Rexar, but only because of a shared trauma of needing to find him multiple times for Onyxia. And so when you finally find him, you're excited. Exactly. So listen, I don't see a bow on him. That's my point. Okay, so there's plenty of room for a melee hunter. And he had his own little like mini quest thing, I think, in Warcraft 3. Akurogamo, how do you think I felt about rogue tanking? I'm with you. Sometimes if something's too good, that means it's too good. There's a reason we say too before the good. Thank you. I knew Seiya would, even though Seiya doesn't like Rexar, you'd at least agree that he is mostly survival, part beast mastery. Melee Hunter should have been in WoW from day one. Yeah. Yeah. And it was like partially there. There was like aspect of the wolf. Cornholio says, one of my best characters is a Melee Hunter gnome. Heck yeah. We let a guy Melee Hunter meme in my guild, and he just got corrupted Ashbringer. Is that Droken? Wait, what's the name of Droken's hunter? I can't remember. Feronio might remember. But with the way they work right now, they work well off weapon procs. Yeah, Rocious, yeah. Okay. Was it Rocious? Because I raided with his Shaman quite a bit, but then raid times didn't quite work out for him, and he moved over to working on his hunter. He did a little bit of mage stuff with us, but he liked doing melee stuff with this hunter. Rockhangren says, Quivers got a ranged buff, by the way? Quivers. I mean like, they do more haste? I don't know enough about Hunter, but I believe you. Rosh's is famous, yeah. If nothing for the memes, but he's also a nice guy. He's very chatty like me. You should not leave Drokenemy in a Discord very long. Otherwise or if we're both in the same Discord, you should leave before we start talking about something. It's terrible. All right. If you're a survival hunter, does Nefarian break your spear? Hey, Saya, I think you just cracked the code on best way to do Nefarian. Oh, you do a hunter class call, you're like, and? Anyway, I kept stabbing him. I don't know what's going on with the Karazhan orb. Do you know what confusing it was for me? I was on the PTR for the original Karazhan patch. I found all that stuff while I had like a mega GM account on the PTR. I didn't know what it did. That's the only way to do it. You have to punch a dragon in the face. Nightfall all the way through BWL. Sometimes you gotta. But I think there's gonna be a lot of. You have to remember. I don't agree with all the changes. I don't. I can't think of any outside of how they implemented the Will of the Forsaken one that I'm like strictly against. I say that just because I've met some of these people. I'm in their secret dev stuff. I observe them. I occasionally share with them my observations. They care about the server probably an unhealthy amount. And I think it's easy to get wrapped up in the they did something bad, therefore they hate everything. I don't blame you for saying it sometimes, because sometimes it feels like that. I get it. But I also know that in general they want to do things that are healthy for their game. And sometimes doing healthy stuff means like going for a run. I don't want to go for a run. It's healthy, but it sucks. If that's anything like game balance and development, then yeah, I'm gonna be annoyed. Double Agent Vrograg. What did I do? Oscar, it always was a thing. Just no one wanted to give it to a hunter. All right. I officially made it to 6 hours. Lizzie Babs, I think, has finished sleeping and has woken back up again. Maybe I streamed for a little long. Yeah, I know, Lizzie Babs. So, before I wrap up, there's a couple people I do want to personally thank. They are Celebrindle, Kareni, Shockwarden, Sage, Orek, Koyu, Get Crunked, Baraska, Drew, Scythen, and Practice Girl, as well as Murog, for helping me fill in some gaps of knowledge I didn't have. Also, chat, you've been great to like help me not be as dumb. I am doing my best, but I can't tell you how badly I wanted to chat with this stuff. I wanted to just do like a regular video, but you see how this stream took 6 hours? Do you know how long that video would have been? Think about it. You see what I'm saying? I'm like, that's like a full-time job level of commitment. I can't do that. So we did a stream. We broke it down live. But genuinely, I'd like to thank everyone who stuck around, whether you were here for the early part and you're just waking up, or whether you're here for the middle and now it's getting to be bedtime. Whatever it is, thank you. I do appreciate it. There's going to be more information. Remember, too, all of this stuff is subject to change. I think we have a good idea on where stuff's moving, where they're going. It's not going to be perfect. Well, you know, there's going to be winners, there's going to be losers. It's the nature of things. It doesn't mean you're wrong to feel upset. I would say if you feel too upset, take a break, honestly. Take a walk, do some meditation, do something else. You'll feel better. But I have sat here for almost the entirety of daylight. So I'm going to leave you for now. Maybe eat dinner at some point. I should still have news out tomorrow. Writing a script isn't nearly as hard as doing this. Everyone take care. Enjoy yourself in Turtle WoW, or whatever games you play, and keep in mind that video games are meant to be fun. If you're not having fun, you're doing it wrong. And as always, remember, the deadliest weapon is knowledge. Bye, guys.